morning. Call this meeting of the City Commission to order. This is a compressed agenda today, so not quite as complex as our usual meetings. I'd like to move straight to the roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Kilgore?
Present.
Commissioner Knight?
Present.
Commissioner Sassi?
Present.
Commissioner Purdue?
Present. Good morning.
Mayor LeGrand?
Present.
I haven't seen.
Anyone had any word from Commissioner Belcheck? I will assume she's running late and not ask for her being excused at this point. We'll just simply hope that she's on her way. City Manager, This is your ship to drive today. We're going to discuss the budget.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commissioner, staff, members of the public. Glad that everyone could be here today. I'll do a couple things. One, kind of describe this morning. We're going to have 4 sections of our strategic priorities review, the budgets for those sections, and we'll call the presenters up one section at a time. But we will allow questions between each section. So we'll start with public safety. The other thing I wanted to highlight at the end of the briefing, the very end, we do have a slide related to the commission's budget and the vacancy, the cost relative or cost savings to the vacancy, and that allow the commission both to discuss that in the fiscal as well as operational implications of allowing that position to remain vacant. A couple other things I wanted to highlight. We did, our CFO, Ms. Claren, did send some of the responses to questions that you indicated you had interest or asked last week, and you should have received those in your email. And some of the questions we did refer to today's session as would be answered in session, but there are written remarks, written responses to those questions, and we hope to not only provide it to you, but it should be posted for the public shortly. Okay, with that, we'll begin today's session, and just a reminder to the public, we did present a preliminary fiscal plan last week, and today is the first deep dive into the budget work session, and we'll cover today's safe community. That'll be our first section, and we'll have a group of staff coming to talk to us about vital streets and mobility, along with the Vital Streets Oversight Commission. And then we'll cover the last two together, I think. We'll take Engaging, Connected, and Governmental Excellence together. And we'll continue to have conversation on next week, and we'll cover the last two strategic priorities: economic prosperity, affordability, health, and environment. And also we'll have the public hearing on both the tax rate and the revenue fees. Oh, I do want to highlight, we also, in that response, I know there were some questions about the fees. We included a little bit more summary analysis of those fees and which ones are decreasing, remaining the same, or increasing, and a little bit more analytics related to that information. I know some of you asked about it. Okay. Our values remain unchanged, and what I'll do, I'll just give a highlight overview there. I mean, we have all the experts here this morning that will cover some of the issues that are in the budget. We're thankful for our interim police chief here, who's going to talk to us about some of the things you see before you relative to the investments in the police department. And our fire chief is here to also do the same. We have our OPA director here, as well as I do want to thank, I mentioned this before, and thank the courts for, while we often speak about the general fund subsidy, their budget is actually a decrease from last year's appropriation. So without further ado, I will let the police department lead the way and kick us off. Chief Trigg. You're welcome to sit or stand, whatever your preference is.
All right, get my stuff. Follow along on my guide. I have some notes here as well. All right. right, good morning, everyone. Okay, we'll start with our operating budget. As you see there, $75.4 million. You'll see the bulk of that is for our personnel, $6.9 million. That's 81%. And the non-personnel, $14.5 million, 19%. See the capital budget of $516,000 with our advanced radio encryption software updates to keep us, on regulation there. Then our dispatch budget of $8.0 million. Personnel is the bulk of that at 7.3, 91%. Non-personnel, $100,000, 9%. Let's see here. Next slide. All right, the overview. You can see we're at 299 authorized strength now out of 312. That includes the 7 recruits that started in-house training on Monday. And we are 100% city beat covered. I know that was part of our strategic plan. It's something we wanted to get covered 24/7, 365, as well as our community officers. We've got 5 community officers currently. Our community officers are tasked with various task forces. They're like our Swiss Army knife, and they've been able to address a lot of issues that come up in our city, most notably the car meetups and stuff. They've been making an impact as we try to prepare for summer and make sure that we show that GR is not the city to come and do the different car meetups. 40 of 40 authorized sworn staff utilizing our sworn for the patrol on the street and other sworn positions. 54 of 56 authorized staff in dispatch. Our dispatch unit, the morale is up, which is good. If you remember years back, they were a lot of forced overtime. Morale was in the tank, and it's good to see that number rise. See at the bottom there, GRPD responds to an average of 285 calls of service, over 100,000 each year. That 285 per day is up about 15 from last year, and that's a number that's going to slowly, I think, just increase. We look at the projected, the personnel here. That 304 number, you see the blue line is the authorized strength, and you see from May 22 to the projection of May 2027. But that 304 number on top included the 2 grant positions for St. Mary's. We no longer had those, so then we dropped down to that 302. But then we got the authorization to go to 312 is where we sit today. As you see from May 2022, we were at that 286 number, and we saw a decline to 266 officers, which was a combination of just retirement, I think low morale, and people were leaving the profession. But we have climbed ever since May of 23, which is a good thing, and like I say, we're up to that 299 number. I know being in the deputy chief seat since 2023, I've seen about 120 officers come through that we've hired, but we got to realize that just because we hire 120 doesn't mean that they all make the team. We have a very extensive training that we go through, and historically we lose about 30% through our training program. So let's move to the next slide here. Look at our recruiting efforts. $1.2 million for police academy classes, which includes tuition, salary, and benefits. It's important to keep up with the hiring and keep up with the attrition. In our city, our sponsorships are key. We're seeing our candidate pool dry up a little bit. Nothing to be alarmed with. I think you're just seeing agencies that are filling up with bodies. But we still want to continue to make GR the destination for young men and women, even older, that want to get in the profession, and making sure that our training and our police department is at the front edge of technology and law enforcement in general. You see $719,000 for our cadet intern program, which we can go up to 32 interns, which is key. They take a lot of the small tasks off our men and women, so they help aid in our job. And we see a lot of our interns and cadets grow into officers. And as you see there, talk about growing our own programs, our police explorers and our interns. I think I counted a half dozen of interns and police explorers that have grown to be officers. So growing our own is exactly what we're doing. We still support the Youth Police Academy. Obviously, I look at that as a great benefit. It's something to teach the profession to the young men and women. It's an opportunity for our officers to connect with the youth. Even if you don't want to get in law enforcement, it's an opportunity to learn why officers do what they do, which I think is key. Back to our police explorers. We've had that Explorer program since 2015. I was the one that initially was involved in getting that program off the ground. And our explorers just competed in a competition this weekend, state competition, and took first place. That's, I think, 3 first-place finishes in the decade we've been running that program. So that's a positive. Let's see. Next slide. Our overtime. Breaking down our overtime, you'll see from 2022 to 2026, it's a breakdown in hours of overtime each year. Our overtime comes from a variety of things. Mandatory overtime shift, which helps fill the vacancy. This is the first time since 2020 that we do not have to have mandatory overtime shift, and that's a credit to that we've increased our staffing. So that's big for department morale. The voluntary overtime shift is just what that is, voluntary. That's something that we use to backfill for light duty when our officers get injured. Various leaves like FMLA, military leave, training, and et cetera, which is, we've been able to scale that back due to our staffing level, which is good. So we're not having to run as many voluntary overtime shifts. Court is a big draw, most likely. When you have more officers, which we do, if you previous slide where it showed we had 266 in May of 2023, we have plus 33 from that at 299. Well, more officers, more enforcement, more court time. So that's going to require overtime from our men and women. Look at the special events that they work, concert, sports, races, festival, et cetera. The amphitheater, which has got a lot of attention, that's open up here on May 15th. We're not expecting it to be a main driver of overtime. There's 10 events left in the fiscal year with a maximum PD staffing of 20 to 24 officers, which could add about 1,000 hours of overtime, to the budget. But once again, not a main driver. Various community events. Our men and women, community alone is asking for our men and women to be at various events. I've been a part of those events, and the community loves seeing our officers out at these events. And I'm proud to be able to staff these events. And obviously, sometimes that's on overtime due to staffing. But that's another thing that staffing has helped do. The fact that we have adequate staffing, that we could actually do some of these things on duty and not impact patrol in a negative way. So you've got your critical incidents. That's when our SWAT team is called out to something that involves such like a barricaded gunman. That's critical. That's a team of 16 to 20 officers if you count the command staff, and that's a draw. If they're called in on their off days or after their hours, that's a lot of men and women and overtime that goes into that. Our detective unit call-outs, as you see there, if we have a major incident, they're going to get on investigating that as soon as possible, because every moment is key, and that's a draw. Dignitary protection. I know we still have that. It still pops up from time to time, and that's stuff that we have to plan on. And then you got the holdovers. We have, as I mentioned, 285 calls for service a day, and if their shift ends at 5:30 and they get a call at 5 o'clock, and it's a critical call, they're going to be working late, and that's going to draw. And then the overtime analysis to help assess the main drivers of OT. Like I said, from my experience, I don't believe the special events is a main draw. I think it's going to be operational. As you can see, the difference in hours from 2022 to 2026, those numbers are very similar with the exception of 2025. You see that 108 number, which that draw is due to the second half of the election season, where that was a big draw on our men and women from the dignitary protection or whatever we're gearing up for there. Let's see, next slide. GRPD training. We are a training culture. We stand by our training. $204,000 for third-party training and professional development. Another thing that we like meeting the needs of the community as far as making sure our training is top-notch and that we're getting any type of tools, we're giving our officers any type of tools that they can to do their job better. And it's what the community expects of us, and we like fitting that need. Professional development, we talk about, I recently talked about Captain Cyber from our training unit and Lieutenant Wu from our commander of our vice unit. They are retiring this year. That's close to 60 years of service that's walking out the door. But due to our dedication to professional development, we have a deep bench and we have men and women that are willing to answer that call and pretty much step in, seamlessly. As far as that professional development, I'm an example of that standing here today, as well as Deputy Chief Maycroft and Deputy Chief Baker, who are not here, two men that are willing to step in and fill in if need be, because we believe in developing our people in succession planning. $217,000 available through December 2006 for MCOL's continued professional education pilot program. Just ways to offset some of the cost by using these ability to get some of our training paid from there. The minimum of 38 hours of mandatory in-house training per year, which realizing not every agency trains the same. And I don't believe other agencies train as much as we train. Like I say, we're a culture of training. We stand by that. That's our brand, and we're happy to provide that service. Seeing the laterals that have come through the hiring process the last 3.5 years I've been in this leadership role, you see it on their face. You hear them talk about the difference in training from our agency to others, which is another thing to be proud of as an agency and as a city. You see the focus on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and grappling for safer outcomes and less use of force. Our Captain Cyber has noted at least 6 to 7, maybe even more, OISs that were prevented due to this training, giving the officers confidence to, one, be on their back when they need to, or if the opportunity presents, to be able to safely use techniques to arm subjects and have the outcome end in a safe manner and de-escalate the situation and have less injuries. Next slide. The mental health co-response, Kent County Crisis Stabilization Unit. Remember the ribbon cutting for that, May of 2024. As you see, we have transported 368 of the 463 patients, 80%. So these are previously all patients would have gone to local emergency or been taken to jail. We've known for a long time, not everyone needs to go to jail. Jail's not the answer to everything. But as we know, sometimes we are the default button, especially in the middle of the night. But to be able to have these other options that we can use to take subjects to and get them the care they need is crucial. Plus, it gets our men and women back on the street answering calls. This is as far as this is a 5-minute process, dropping a subject off, making sure the handoff is smooth and seamless, and then getting back out there to help respond to the 285 calls a day. Then lastly, you see the GRPD Network 180 co-response team responded to more than 2,700 calls fiscal year 2025. We have 3 full-time clinicians, and we hope to keep increasing that number. We've seen a benefit from that program, and we have men and women that are willing to commit to, if we can add more clinicians, I have men and women that are willing to take on that role. Last slide. On the horizon, staffing. Staffing's always, key for us, right? It's reach and maintain authorized strength. We're not there yet. Like I said, we're at 299, and it seems in this position we'll add 3 and then 1 will retire. We'll add 5 and 2 will retire. So it's always just trying to make sure we're staying on track. But increase the size of the department as the city continues to grow. We know of adding the amphitheater and the soccer stadium in 2027, more people are going to be visiting our city. So we want to make sure that we have the staff to adequately provide a great service. And radio replacement, you see, $4.5 million over the next 3 years. Is on the horizon. Community officers, increase the number of community officers without harming patrol operations. The plan is to add another 5 community officers this fall, which was the plan when I added the 5 last fall, and slowly get that team back up to par. I was a community officer back in the day. I was one of 17, and just the benefit that we've seen from them so far. The community's happy, neighborhood associations, businesses, and et cetera. And like I say, they are helping with the crime in our city, which is key. And then a second shift traffic unit, kind of a vision. Traffic is a main issue, or it's still the number one complaint in the city, and there's traffic issues that occur at night that sometimes with patrol have to dedicate going from call to call sometimes to have a few bodies with the traffic unit to address whether it's parking downtown, speed enforcement, OWI, issues. It would be great. Also, too, it could help supplement special events, which is kind of key. So we don't have to, order in or have that done on duty. So, and I believe that is it. Thank you.
Got the clicker? Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Chief. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me start out with our mission statement like we always do to set the stage for the $48.3 million investment that you are considering. The Grand Rapids Fire Department values all people by saving lives, protecting property, and responding to the needs of our entire community. We're going to start out today. You have a copy of the latest annual report up there with you. We're going to start out with 3 quick slides going through some outcomes from the last year, move into some budget highlights, and end on some horizon issues. So our annual impact from last year, 25,000 incidents, 35,000 apparatus responses. So 70 incidents a day, approximately 96 apparatus responses a day. Much like police, that continues to creep up a few percentage points each year. $117 million of property and contents were directly saved by our efforts, in addition to dozens of lives from the river, from car accidents, from structure fires, and from CPR saves. This is going to touch each one of your wards. So I want to talk about our districts. Some really good things in one of the districts, some trends we need to pay attention to in the others. Let's start with really good. Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo metrics are improving. Kendall Station is working. Engine 4 is much, much better. So that is a huge win for Commission, for the fire department, and for our community. 3 areas of concern that we continue to monitor. Don't need immediate action today, but we need to keep track of these. LaGrave District, right downtown. That's where our 2 rescues operate out of. As downtown continues to get busier and more congested, we find that they are both on calls quite a bit of the time, simultaneous incidents. We are then drawing in units from around downtown, and there's a domino effect to that. So keep in mind, all these events downtown are fantastic. We love them. They're exciting. They're great for the economy. They also have a public safety impact. Bridge Street. I believe you've heard of a little thing called river redevelopment. That's where our water rescue team operates out of. We currently have a 3-person engine and a 3-person truck crew. They're supplemented by an airboat out of the Monroe Fire Station and swimmers out of the LaGrave Fire Station. There's LaGrave again. They're very busy. As the river changes, I will caution us, we don't know what we need yet, but we're going to need something, okay? We're going to have to change the way we respond to the river. And then finally, Leonard Street. In my opinion, this is the most concrete and the most urgent, timely decision. This is a district that is the fourth busiest district in the city, up on the northeast side. You wouldn't think, right? It's up on the northeast side, quiet neighborhood. That's the fourth busiest district. Ladder 1 is the most deployed unit in your city. Ladder 1 was on emergencies 832 hours last year. Ladder 1 consistently needs help from Engine 9 out of Plainfield, Engine 5 out of Monroe, and Engine 11 out of Chester. We used to have an engine up there pre-recession. We've been monitoring that for years. My professional recommendation is that we need to place an engine back up there. As staffing allows, we have been placing an engine in service intermittently. It helps tremendously, but this is also a very large investment that will have legacy cost attached to it. Not something that you should take lightly, but something that we need to look at in the next few years. Emergency management. Boy, has this program grown and developed under the leadership of not only our previous emergency manager, but certainly our new emergency manager, Benjamin Rance, and his assistant, Ingrid. A lot of great things happened during the past year with emergency management, and then there's a call out to a specific investment we're looking for today. A lot of plans were updated. This work takes place behind the scene. You never even know about it, but I can tell you they are very diligent in making sure emergency plans are updated. The EOC was activated 4 times last year. This is when a big group of city employees comes together to coordinate a response to something happening in the city. 10 exercises were conducted, some full-scale exercises, with a myriad of community partners. And then finally, CERT team and emergency alerts have also continued to increase. It's been really great to have a staffed team handling these things. Over on the right side of the slide, you're going to notice the Disaster Relief Fund. This is something that spurred out of a need for our community where we do have incidents and emergencies that do not require or meet thresholds for federal aid or state aid. People are looking local for assistance. This is also a very tricky thing to do with general fund dollars. So we have partnered with the United Way of West Michigan. It is not final, but we are working through the final steps where they would be the fiduciary. We would have a say on the board, but ultimately the United Way of West Michigan would dole out the funds to people and or agencies in need. Originally, I had brought forth $50,000 to manager for consideration as seed money. With the conservative nature of the budget this year and reinvesting in some savings accounts, we felt it prudent to ask for an additional $50,000, bringing the ask to $100,000 for the Disaster Relief Fund. Our hope is that this will spur additional investment from other community members and businesses to grow this fund, but we must take the first step. Budget overview, pretty simple. Very similar to police, 85% is payroll. Now, I will caution you, we pulled the numbers this morning just to take a quick look. We were, in 2023, we're at 85%, 2024, 85%. 2025, we were at 84% personnel cost. That was a really good spot for us. We're projecting to be at 86% personnel cost next year. It's only 1 or 2%, right? It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. That's almost $1 million for us. As personnel costs go up, think about your own purchasing power in your house. I can buy less equipment. We can buy less tools. We can buy less of everything. So 84% is really a sweet spot to make sure we're maintaining our equipment, maintaining our facilities. I want to make sure that that doesn't creep too far. Our projects, we've talked about most of these for years. The residential safety program, the smoke alarm and CO alarm installs and home safety assessments. We did have to dial that back a bit. We were doing $200,000 for many years. We dialed it back to $100,000. Grants, we continue to apply for them every single year for smoke alarms. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we do not. So we felt it important to still maintain these. Much like police, portable radios, we're maintaining a sinking fund to get ready to replace our radios. They have a lifespan. Our self-contained breathing apparatus has a lifespan as well. That's what we wear into fires, into hazardous material calls to make sure that we can operate. We're paying ahead. We're building up that sinking fund in a responsible manner so we can pay cash for these when we're ready in about 2 years. 2 more engines are coming, Engine 6 and Engine 8. It's important that we continue to buy fire trucks every single year. What we don't want to do is go backwards and wait 3, 4, 5 years and buy a bunch of vehicles. Buying 1 or 2 vehicles a year is the right cadence for this community and is the most cost-effective manner to rotate in equipment in and out. Facility master plan. I'll talk about this on the Horizon issues a little more in depth, but we have a third party conducting a facility assessment study right now. We have over 200,000 square foot under roof. We have a lot of buildings to maintain, a lot of things to maintain, and we've employed a third party professional to help us figure that out. Let's sit here for a minute and let's take this in. Look at that picture. That's our new Kendall Avenue Fire Station. Beautiful, isn't it? 73.7% of that station is covered with our regular personnel hours. These are the men and women that show up to work every day to put their hours in. They're 2,750 hours a year. Unfortunately, 26% of that station is covered by overtime. And you might be wondering, well, how could this be? Well, let's do some quick math. The hours needed to run our fire department in fire suppression only, 446,760. We run 51 personnel a day, times 24 hours a day, times 365 days in a year. That's what it takes to run our system with personnel hours. We look at how many people we have in fire suppression, it averages about 200. If you look at the bottom of the page and all those leave types, I'm not going to read them to you. There's a lot down there. There's a lot of ways not to be at work. When you look at all those leave types, the fire chief has discretion over about 3% of the hours. The rest are contractual. These are earned benefits. The men and women have earned them. They're in the contract. I have no issues with it. However, there is a direct impact on how many times people do show up to work. And so when we look at the average amount of hours a person produces each year, it's a little over 2,000. It's 2,026.75. That's how many hours a firefighter will show up to work. Think about it. Vacation, sick leave, training leave, all these leave types, right? So we go into each year at a deficit of 41,000 hours to staff our fire trucks. I'll let you do the math, but if we have about 2,000 hours per member and we're 41,000 hours short, that's a lot of people to wipe out overtime. I am not advocating eliminating overtime. Overtime is a very efficient and effective, cost-effective tool to run an organization of our size. What I would caution us on, though, is relying too heavily on it. Right after I made chief, we were at the breaking point. We were at over $4 million in overtime. We were mandatorying back. It was not good. We worked with you, we worked with management, and we were able to hire additional staff and bring our overtime down by almost 20,000 hours. Significant impact. We're starting to creep back up again. Why are we creeping back up? Contractual changes. We are actually using 120% of our sick leave right now. How is that possible? We are burning through not only every day we earn, but dipping into the reserves that we've earned over the years. People are tired. They need a day off. They're taking sick leave to get much needed rest or take care of their family. Parental leave has doubled. We've had 12 babies come into the fire department family in the last year. It's great. It's fantastic. Every one of those members gets 96 hours off. These are things that previously we did not account for, and now we have to backfill. So these are the things that we're constantly looking at to staff our fire station. And let me end up on Horizon topics. So we discussed staffing. We have a staffing study soon to go out by a third party. Absolutely endorse this. This is the way to go. We need to grow effectively and efficiently, and having a third party validate our data is going to assist with that. Facilities. Kendall Station, Division Station, and the Training Center. Strong additions to the city portfolio. Super proud of these, really. World-class facilities. The rest of our stations average 62 years old. They're old. They need some work. We're working through that third-party asset management plan. Fleet. When our new panel fire training center is open, we will be transitioning how we do fleet. We are still working through the details. I know I mentioned this last year. Commissioner Kilgore asked about the cost of it. I've got something cooking I think you're going to be excited about. So that's going to change. And then finally, growth. As the city grows, so must public safety. All people need to feel safe and be safe in our community, and not having units to respond is not where we need to be. Thank you.
All right, good morning. I have the next section, which is the section about the Office of Oversight and Public Accountability and our $2.9 million budget. Like the fire chief, we always start with our mission, which is through targeted change, accountability, restorative justice, empowerment, and engagement. OPA will help create and improve just outcomes and respectful relationships between public safety and community. Like we always say, our goal is starts with the just outcomes and respectful relationships. We know you can't build trust on a shaky foundation, so we work to clean the foundation so that we can have that strong trust in the future. We start with our financial overview. Again, our budget is just under $3 million. The largest part of our budget, as you can see from this pie chart, is devoted to the Axon product. So those are our body-worn cameras and things of that nature for the police department. That budget is managed out of the Office of Oversight and Public Accountability. So a little more than little under 3/4 of the budget goes to that. The remainder of our budget is broken down in a few areas. We'll highlight a few of those programs. One is our Clean Slate Expungement Program, which serves approximately 600 people a year. We do offer year-round services. It's been amazing results. We hear from community members almost on a daily basis saying how much they appreciate it. It's one of my favorite things is when somebody stops by the office and talks about how their life has been changed. We did move that program, the in-person program this year, to August. So traditionally it had been around this time of the year, but with all of the other things we do, with Summit and some of the other things, it was just too much at one time. So we moved it to August and look forward to doing that again this year. Additionally, we have our Know Your Rights program, and that's at $15,000 a year. That gets us about 40 workshops. With those 40 workshops, though, there is a large range of the amounts of people who attend those workshops. They're generally somewhere between 30 to 50 people, but we also get workshops that are well over 100 people. We also have our community informed training, which is at $75,000. That's something that we do in partnership with the police department. And traditionally, since we started this, has been pretty successful in terms of the number of officers who've attended and also community members who've been a part of it. This allows us to implement about 15 workshops. And just as a reminder, the way this works is community members come to OPA with either an idea or a plan. And they say, hey, we believe this is what we need to train officers on, and we'd like to be a part of making that happen. We sit down, help develop that training, and then work in partnership to get that training presented to officers. Okay, additional program highlights include the I Am the Dream Civil Rights Youth Academy. This is the 8-week civic engagement program. This is designed for middle school students. We've done this in partnership with a few different places. We've done it with the Boys and Girls Club previously. We've done it with some schools previously, and this year we are working to partner and do this in the fall. So details about that will be upcoming. In addition to that, there's $25,000 in this budget to support immigrant and refugee services in Grand Rapids. We partner with over 30 immigrant and refugee-led organizations to help remove barriers, and we do that in several ways. Different organizations come forward with different ideas, different needs, and we help partner with them and support those things. Moving on to our civilian violence intervention and prevention, which I am very pleased to say has continued to grow this year, thanks in large part to the work of Ms. Letitia Lipscomb. Prior to her coming, we did receive a grant, $2 million, and that's a federal grant. With that, we were able to hire a violence prevention manager and create our violence reduction strategy citywide. In addition to that, and that also is the fund that we use to support Cure Violence. In addition to that, there's $500,000 that we received as a 2-year grant from WK Kellogg. They've been amazing supporters of the work of OPA, and we're very, very grateful. Quite frankly, we would not have been able to do a lot of the things that we've done without their support. With that, we are working to currently hire an administrative analyst, which will also be help us to continue to build out that violence prevention portfolio. We work to lead several of the violence prevention efforts in the city. We know that violence prevention is an effort across many departments, but for the civilian part of it, we lead that part. That includes Cure Violence Grand Rapids. There's $750,000 reflected in this budget for that. And again, that comes from that federal grant we talked about, as well as $125,000 that's for Cure Violence Global. That is our training and technical assistance. That's a part of the contract requirements in order to have the program. So that's reflected in this budget. There's $35,000 reflected for the It Takes a Village Summer Youth Violence Prevention Program, and that funding comes from the Third Ward Equity Fund. Okay, OPA now serves as the liaison to the SAFE Task Force. And we know that the SAFE Task Force is an anti-violence initiative that works to lower violence in our communities with a particular focus on individuals in the age of 15 to 24. So investments include $50,000 reflected in this budget for the Safe Pitch Night competition. We recently spoke about the $20,000 for the gun violence memorial art installation, which will be brought over. And then also there's a contract with Size Strategies in an amount of $23,380. They help do capacity building for the individuals who are awarded contracts through the Safe Pitch Night competition. And then we'll talk about the Public Safety Trust Fund. So as you all know, the state of Michigan is expected to allocate approximately a little over $1.7 million to the city of Grand Rapids through the Public Safety Revenue Sharing Grants Program, which we've been referring to as the Public Safety Trust Fund. So these funds are designated to support public safety related activities, but the guidelines are pretty clear. They're explicitly clear. The 75% of that funding has to be used to support law enforcement, and up to 25% can be used for broader public safety purposes. So these next few slides talk about that 25%, right? How we would go about allocating that 25%. So that's about $400,000 that the city can use to support community-based public safety initiatives. So the $400,000 again is available for non-enforcement public safety investments. The intention is to use $200,000, that's the recommendation, for internal city projects like the Safe Task Force, OPA, Civilian Violence Intervention and Prevention programs, and other related internal programs. And then the other $200,000 for external community grant programs. So those grant parameters will include, will be set up like this. There will be a minimum award of $10,000, and that was intentional because we do have other ways that we offer grants throughout the city already, like the Neighborhood Match Fund, the Safe Task Force. We wanted to make sure we were filling a gap that didn't already exist, not just repeating a process that we already have. So the minimum award will be $10,000, and examples of eligible uses include violence intervention and prevention programs, community-based safety initiatives, and training and workforce development programs. There can also be diversion or alternative response programs. So community members will be able to submit applications for an award in this area. All funded activities have to align with the state requirements. And of course, we will make sure that we engage with community well so they clearly understand what those requirements are and how those parameters work. So as far as eligibility, eligible applicants include community-based organizations so we took a similar format to the Neighborhood Match Fund. I won't spend too much time going through these, but it's very similar to the Neighborhood Match Fund. You have to be a 501c3 or a neighborhood association, faith-based organization, informal community groups can also do it. That means if you're not a 501c3, we can make that happen as long as there's a fiduciary involved in the process. An important part is there has to be a clear connection to Grand Rapids. Okay, so as far as the application review process, the city will implement a transparent community focused application process, which we will articulate well. We'll get to a timeline. You'll be able to see how we plan to do that, but there'll be a cross-departmental committee involved, which will include OPA, OEE, Community Development, GRPD, and GRFD, departments that are regularly involved in the public safety space and involved with community. As far as the timeline, the plan is for the program to launch in July. So with that, there will be a web page that goes live with all of this information. There'll also be community engagement. We plan to make sure we get the information to the neighborhood associations, our listserv of public safety organizations, organizations involved in justice work, and make sure that we're getting the message out very well. And then around August, we'll have our grant application open. So that means we'll have a full month of time after doing a month of community engagement for individuals to submit those applications. In September, we'll do the review of those applications. And the plan is in September 22nd at the Public Safety Committee meeting, we'll bring forward our recommendations to the Public Safety Committee. The Public Safety Committee will then make a recommendation to the City Commission at the evening meeting on that day. And if that's accepted, our plan will be to notify recipients at the top of October that they've been accepted and they can move forward with those public safety trust funds. As far as horizon issues for the Office of Oversight and Public Accountability, again, OPA's violence prevention functions are largely supported both through federal and private grants. This funding will take us through this year, and much of it will take us through FY28. But at some point, those grants are decreasing, and that's something that's a horizon topic. Additionally, OPA continues to work with GRPD to gain access to information in order for us to fulfill our charge of increasing transparency and accountability in public operations. Thank you.
Good morning and greetings from Judge Ross and the rest of the bench. Unfortunately, well, it's fortunately, but unfortunately she can't be here to say hi herself because we have 100 students from Ottawa Hills at the courthouse right now. We're celebrating our law day a few days late. This is the best day that we could do it on the 5th. But she wanted to say hello. Let's start with a little overview of the court. So we are the front door to justice in Grand Rapids. We have 6 elected district court judges. Last year, the Judicial Resources Report was published, which is a recommendation to the legislature on the number of judges that are needed. We are still at a solid 6. Therefore, we need a solid support staff to support those 6 judges. We currently have 68.5 out of the general fund, 4 grant funded, total of 72 employees. As most people are aware, our jurisdiction, every case starts in the district court from your civil infraction to your felony charge. Misdemeanors, 92 days, 90 days, and 1 year. And if people want to come file a small claims case, without an attorney, they can for up to $7,000 to seek a judgment. We have our civil jurisdiction is $25,000. And one thing that we do is wonderful is engagement with the public is jury service. People can come to the courthouse, be part of the process, and also see what it is that we do at the district court. Another item that people don't know mostly is that we have Fridays, we secure several time slots for wedding ceremonies. We do more than probably the average court in the area because, well, we want to be available. We want people to have a place to go to. Problem-solving courts. We still have our 2 substance abuse recovery courts, the felony sobriety court and a misdemeanor sobriety court, both by Judge Ross and Judge Ayub, and we have a drug court by Judge Distal, who presides over. Our domestic violence court is in operation currently, and Judge Faber leads that. We have a community outreach in the public with Judge Dotson, and we are adding Operation Drive. This is one of the reasons our grant funding that we secured, the $1.5 million, has increased slightly. So what Operation Drive is, it's a program program administered through the State Court Administrative Office to give courts, we're one of 12 in the state that received funding, to help individuals restore their licenses, their privileges. Now, the financial overview for the court, as it was mentioned earlier, we're looking pretty good this year. We do have an adopted budget of $13 million. Our budget change request is a reduction about 2.23%. I'll share a little bit how we're able to do that, but 64% is staffing. That's a good rate for district court. 17% of our budget goes to the beautiful Kent County Courthouse, but the lease the bonds are being paid off there. And then we give about almost $2 million, that's from the budget, our transmittals to fees and services and go to the state of Michigan and then the county. We projected about and are really seeing conservatively an 8% increase in our compliance with court orders. You know, we don't want to keep generating revenue, but we want people to be held accountable, and we have a staff that is doing a great job, which results in the 8% increase. That reduced our requested city contribution by nearly 9%. Little history of city appropriations from 25 to 26, and our future for 29-30. Those are definitely projections, working with city budget office, but that's partly based on we are conservative in how we estimate our revenue, so we're never in a situation where we're overestimating what we can collect. Let's see. This gives us a little bit of a history of cost savings and checks taken since 2019. I did go over this last year. I won't focus too much on it, but we do track how we are planning not only for today but the future. In 25, we started working on our migration to our case management system for the state. The city and our budget will start seeing a larger reduction in our IT costs because of that. We also note on here the discontinued work crew program that many are familiar with. Although it states on here we have it impacted a budget reduction for our operations by $140,000 in the fiscal year 25 and moving forward. But it also created a program where people are providing community service to over 50 agencies that we partner with in the community. And we're having an 85% success rate. And this year alone, it's about a community value of $345,000. So those are some positives that we're seeing from the shift from the work crew to the alternative sentencing department that we have. We're still working towards trial court funding. I'll briefly talk about that here in a minute. We expanded our grant program funding. It's still a little over $1.5 million. And what impacted our budget or helped us reduce our budget this year and the allocation from the city is the bonds for the building will be paid off. That has helped us a great deal. But what our other focus is that you don't see the monetary value currently is that we've been working a lot of our internal processing and workflows. We rearranged how we do business with our court dockets. We provided a brand new website that's community focused with services such as a virtual clerk. We have virtual counter clerks that people can access without coming to the courthouse. We're trying to do more with less because we are seeing an increase in workload, but we want to also have a maintenance of our budget and not just always come and ask for staffing. So we're in a pretty good position with that focus. And with process and procedures, I'm just going to talk about this for a brief second. But this slide, a lot of information is on it, but it's here for informational purposes if you ever want to dive into it. What I will draw the attention to is that if you go to the top right of the table under 2025, for example, the very top row is felony cases. You see from 2024, we had 2,187 new cases filed. In 2025, 2,491. That's an increase approximately of 14% year over year. But the bottom number you will see in case age, now case age is the goal of the time frame that we want to adjudicate our cases, so we do not delay access, we do not delay any type of access justice for the people that come to the court. But from 2024, 75% of our cases were adjudicated within 28 days. In 2025, even with the increase, our adjudication rate jumped up to 80%. That's 5%. So felony cases for our court impact our budget by over $2 million because we don't receive revenue from felony cases. You're in, you're out, you go to circuit court, we're done with it. So this is a big, huge chunk of our workload that people don't always understand that we do, that we don't collect on. So, all right. Problem-solving courts. Talked a little bit about the multiple problem-solving courts that we have. Now, let's touch base on recidivism, because why have them if they're not working? And they are. So since 2023, our court is focused on best practice. We did a best practice reset, brought in the State Court Administrative Office, and really looked into how we can improve our programs. And we're doing a great job. And our goal, I like to think we're the best now, but our goal is to be the best at everything we perform for the district court and the community of Grand Rapids. But of the participants, 89% of the participants in one of our courts, problem-solving courts, had no new drug or alcohol convictions. And 75% avoided any new conviction. So this is at or higher than the averages you're seeing statewide amongst the problem-solving courts. Our judges are doing wonderful. Our staff is doing awesome. They're passionate and committed about it. What's on the horizon? Some horizon issues we have for the court. Trial court funding. I presented a lot on trial court funding last year, our budget. I'm not going to go through that whole piece now. I think we're aware it's still going through the system, but that's something that will impact us. It'll impact the city. We also have to deal with specialty court funding, which ties into stabilization of federal funding, and our Kent County DV court support. So our domestic violence court, like I said, fully functional. We've had our few first graduate this past year. Funding is going to run out. We get a local funding, and it will run out in 2027. And we are seeing some success, and that'll be on the horizon on how we're going to continue that. So briefly, when alternative funding for trial courts. So state court budgets, here's the why. So local funding units, obviously City of Grand Rapids, you allocate several $1 million to keep us functioning. And the costs just keep rising. Michigan courts throughout the state cost $1.2 billion to run. Funding from our grants only make up about 15% of that funding. And collectively, the courts only collect about 34% from fines and restitution. So half of the assessments that we collect, that we order, are collected that first year. So if we order $5 million, not like particularly us or any other court, $2.5 million might be collected. So it's a problem, and this is something that the state has been addressing, because there's increasing costs with limited revenue. So what's the current status of the trial court funding? I remember last year, Commissioner Yasasi asked me, "Am I going to see this in my tenure?" And I said, "You'll see parts of it." Okay, and that's exactly what's happening. The Judicial Council is working with the State Budget Office currently and the legislature to fund courts towards a share model. The concept recommendation paper was published and issued at the end of 2025. And there's a lot of work in Lansing going on with our State Court Administrator, Tom Boyd, and the legislature. Now, where does that leave us today in May of 2026? Limited communication with all trial state courts, because there is a lot of, as the mayor knows, a lot of legislative changes that are going to happen, but they're not giving up on it, and that's where we're at. Thank you.
All right, Mayor, we'll pause here, see if there are any questions of me or any of our presenters.
Thanks. And yeah, to take the last first, I think our principal strategy on the trial court funding has got to be to make sure that Tom Boyd stays healthy. So I know that this is something we've been working on for, years and years and years at the state level. And it's something the city needs to keep focused on is that funding piece. So colleagues, any questions? We covered a whole lot of ground there. And let me just remind you, I put a lot of notes down about policy things, which I'm not going to ask. I'm excited about them, but those are my follow-up questions. But we're talking about the budget. So in the interest of getting through our next, 4 chunks, let's keep ourselves focused on the dollar questions as best we can. Commissioner Knight. I'm sorry. Commissioner Usasi had your hand up first? Okay. I got to get better peripheral vision, maybe more carrots.
Thank you, Commissioner. Glad to have you as a partner.
Always.
So thank you. My first question is really around the GRPD overtime, Chief. You had said that you felt that probably these special events, maybe kind of initially, there'd be a push and just planning up for these first events, but probably not as much disruption. Are other, in thinking about the budget, are there other agencies that are assisting us, in thinking about, we talked about some of the crosswalk and all these different, places where people are going to be kind of connecting and coordinated. So I just wondered how that works.
Well, we're not seeing a need for
Okay.
other agencies to
Okay.
assist us at this point. Obviously, we're going to first see what the impact is before we.
Chief, is that mic on?
Yeah.
It is on? Okay.
Yeah. So not closer?
He's just so
All
shy.
right. Shy. All right. Yeah, we want to be able to see what the impact is. A lot more goes in than when you just bring another agency in to start helping you with an incident. I know we do it for things like the riverbank and 4th of July, but those are just one
Okay.
incident. But a lot goes into, as I think Director Davis mentioned at his Know Your Rights, departments train differently. And we want to make sure our expectations are the same for all law enforcement that are working an event, and make sure our citizens know what they can expect from the law enforcement agency in the city, which is GRPD. And we know how we handle things and how we operate. So
Okay.
before we dive into that, we want to make sure that there's a need.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is around the mental health co-response. I know, again, we'll be focused more on the budget, although these are some policy pieces, kind of thinking about partners like Network 180. I know that there was a lot of work, I think, with this in terms of like mental health transfers, and that, that certainly would take time out of the department, right? But are other people doing those mental health transfers, or is GRPD, are you all still responsible for those?
I'm not sure what other departments are
Okay.
doing specifically. I
Okay.
just know what obviously we're doing. It's been
Okay.
a great benefit
Okay.
from time-wise as far as, like, I think the drop-off time, it's literally 5 minutes and the men and women are back out there
Okay.
on calls.
Because I remember there was at some point, like sometimes if there was like an order, there would have to be a mental health transport, and then I'm seeing your partner behind you shaking the head. And so I know at some point we were just saying in terms of staffing usage and sort of where was the highest and best use. So just wondered about that in terms of the budget and staffing, if that was a concern. And then if Network 180, did they have any concerns about their funding or staffing and how that might impact our co-response model that we've worked towards?
I don't know specifically,
Okay.
but maybe my partners here, Chief of Staff Matt Weibel or DC Maycroft can add to that,
Okay.
but not to
And-
my knowledge.
And a follow-up is fine. I just think, kind of hearing the common
Yeah.
thread, again, I think the city and all of your departments have done such good jobs of braiding in state and federal funding, but we also know that there's been challenges and reductions with that funding. And so just trying to get ahead if that's a concern for that agency. So that can definitely be a follow-up.
Commissioner, I did speak to Bill Ward shortly before we presented the budget, and was pretty affirmed that there would
Okay.
be continued sustained services, or at least a partnership with the city from Network 180, that at the present moment, they're not challenged by any
Okay.
funding reductions.
Great.
Matter of fact, we talked with them about how we could even increase more of the co-response of social workers for late night kind of operations for the police department, and so they were he was looking forward to continue to partner with us.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, thank you. And then this is a bit policy, but I also think budget as we're talking. I heard both both chiefs say, kind of what is the staffing in the future? Our city is growing. There's a lot of like one-time investments. We have more people coming in, becoming a destination. And so, I can't speak to specifically, and I wasn't on the commission when we did the last, I know, that Hillard Hines study in 2019, but watched it closely, and I'm not sure, do both departments use the same sort of evaluation to understand what are the staffing needs of the future, both, say, next year into the 5-year process?
So our CFO actually is leading the procurement effort to find a consultant to help us look at the overtime needs in both departments. And so as you've heard both chief identified all the reasons, what we want to do is be really clear on what is the biggest cost driver of overtime. We still have the deployment study from Hillard Hines, and we go back to look at some of those recommendations, whether it's operational improvement or civilianization. And so that is often referenced, particularly around collective bargaining, but this one specifically is going to be focused on overtime usage.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
And same study for both departments.
Commissioner Knight?
Thank you, Commissioner, Mayor. Along that same question that Commissioner Asasi asked earlier, you mentioned Chief Trigg. You mentioned that implementing that second shift might help with some of that overtime costs. And how do you see that happening? And do you have a timeline for that? What does that look like?
My goal was just to make sure our staffing has continued to increase, right? Obviously, the cost for service is number one priority, and then we start moving into, the proactive type thing. So having a second shift traffic unit could help fill voids in those special assignments, because obviously we know those are mostly at night, whether it be DeVos Place, Amphitheater, or Van Andel Arena. So let's say the commander is having issues filling those slots. Instead of ordering someone in, which would be overtime, you have this second shift traffic unit that part of their role would be to fill in that spot, and that would be an on-duty thing, so that would be a cost savings.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question for Mr. Davis around the Public Safety Trust Fund. Two things. You mentioned part of some of the work that's already been done with some of the organizations within the city, and you mentioned Neighborhood Match Fund. I'm wondering, though, and I'm not sure what that budget looks like right now, but my understanding is over this past year, there are a number of organizations that didn't get funded because they didn't have the funding. And so is there extra funding that can go into the Neighborhood Match Fund to continue to support some of those organizations that were doing that first, since that's already been a thing that's been established, and they've been doing a lot of that work over the years? And then the other part of that is in the decision-making process, has there been a thought about possibly allowing the same way that we kind of did the participatory budgeting, allowing some community leaders to be a voice in how that money is disseminated as well, to support some of these other projects?
So, Commissioner, take your first question first. That $400,000, that 25%, is split into two buckets. One is $200,000 to be this community grant funding process. The other $200 is to support existing city programs that deal with spaces around violence prevention. So I think that's something that could be considered, whether, because there are some spaces in the Neighborhood Match Fund that fund those type of programs. So if it fits the requirements, I think that initial $200,000 could be considered for part of that. As it relates to your second question, we did spend some time talking about the best way to implement this part of the funding. And because the requirements were very specific at the state level, we thought it best to have staff involved in that process. We definitely want to continue to partner with community leaders, make sure they're informed and they can make sure that the right people are applying, because the requirements are so strict and go beyond just city purview. We thought it important to have staff lead that process.
And just to add to your comment, though, but part of the process, I understand, it would allow, before the recommendation comes to the city commission, still go to the Public Safety Committee where there are community-appointed people involved in that committee to
That's correct.
some perspective.
That's correct. That's how we get to City Commission. The final recommendations from staff will go to the Public Safety Committee. Public Safety Committee will be able to opine on that, and then it'll come to Commission.
Okay, good, thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Commissioner Purdue.
Good morning. Thank you, gentlemen, for each of your presentations and you and your entire teams for what it took to prepare to get to today. A few follow-up questions. Let's start with GRPD. So you started off talking about the number of calls increasing slowly. I think, we all kind of mentioned that. You did too, Fire. Outside of growth, pure population growth, right? How much are we understanding what is driving that? Is it as for example, are certain types of crimes or certain types of incidences growing more fast than others? How are we understanding kind of what's behind those numbers a little bit more?
Well, I think it's a combination of a lot of things. Obviously, as our city grows, it has various events. There's going to be things that, people call for assistance, whether it's with the amphitheater, whether it's a lost child or trouble with person type things. Those things are going to happen. I know I mentioned, when I did the presentation about a month ago about the number of guns we take off the street now, pre-COVID was 210, and now it's 476. So we're just in, different times from, I don't know what all the drivers are, from mental health services to needs. I know we wear a lot more hats now, I think, than we did when I started my career, which we're happy to do. As I talked about, being the default button sometime to answering calls that we're not maybe the best equipped to handle, but just make sure we're getting the right people to the right services that they need. But yeah, I think it's just part of the times. Our city's growing, and it's just the need for various services. But I don't have a specific answer for you, unfortunately.
Okay. I'd be interested to see what we can find.
Yeah.
I think the 61st District Core Committee might be a good opportunity to dive deeper into some of that data. I think we've been talking about that a little bit over the last year. To understand as we grow, I think, we need to understand, and the department needs to understand, when we say we're growing and we have more cost for service, what kind of costs are we talking about? What type of incidences are we talking about? Is it violent crime? Is it traffic related? Is it accidents? I think that's important from a staffing perspective, but also a program and prevention and intervention, right? Relatedly, you mentioned a new pilot program with MCOs, but I didn't catch what that pilot program is. I think it's a type of training. Is that the one that's focused on grappling, or is that something separate?
I believe that's something separate.
Okay. Do you know the
DC Maycroft, can you? Since he
Yes.
oversees training.
The CPE money is from Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, I believe it was 217.
Yep.
That is in addition to our regular training budget. So it's a pilot program where it's, depending on how many officers each agency has, they allocate that money. That $217,000 has been extremely important for us to do continuing training on our officers. We have mandated training, through the state, but I can tell you every officer gets significantly more training than that. Part of it is because of this CPE money. And so what we do is if we have a certain amount of training, and I know we've done it with our jiu-jitsu-based grappling training, where we've trained the trainers to other states to get trained by the best and brightest in the country. That CPE money covered it through MCOLS and not through the city budget. But we are using it, it's really you petition MCOLS, will you pay for this training? They authorize it, and then they'll pay for it.
Okay, so not a new pilot training itself, but a new way to pay for it and to
Pay for it,
together.
yes.
It's a new funding source for additional training, yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
And we had over 35,000 hours of training last year. As we talk about being a culture of training, it's important to our men and women and giving them the tools that they need to do their job best ability.
Absolutely. Just moving over to fire, thank you, gentlemen. You talked about the facility master plan. I know that we are also doing something similar as a city, so curious how how that's working with departmentally with kind of the city's plan.
We're working right alongside facilities and the
Okay, so it's the
CFO
same.
to make sure we're lockstep together. Yeah, facilities is attending the meetings and has input into this. So we're not operating off to the side, we're operating in conjunction. But we do have such a specialty set of buildings, we're doing a separate report. Yeah.
Yes, you do. And then finally, thank you, for OPA, two things. One, through Public Safety Committee, we were presented by the Adjust GR group, that presented to the group, to Public Safety. So I'm curious, and that's a prevention, kind of cross-sector approach to preventing violence and making the best use of public dollars. So curious how that partnership is going, and if and what the plans are might be to support that work. And relatedly, you mentioned the budget and the program work with immigrant and refugee communities. So I am wondering how the department might be responding to more emerging issues with those populations. So two-parter, Just GR, and then how is your work with immigrant and refugee communities shifting as the landscape and needs change?
Okay, thank you. So OPA and the city in general has been involved in the Just GR since before.
Yeah.
It was a Just GR. When we originally talked about it, some of you may have talked about it as the Aspen Institute project. And we continue to be a part of that work. That work is continue to grow. It's at a stage now where a Just GR is working on the next phase of engagement. That's the next space the group is working toward. The idea is to make sure that they're, a Just GR in large part is looking at numbers, right? We want to make sure that there are, we have data. The point is to look at evidence-based data to kind of see where interventions need to be. And this next stage of engagement is looking at the stories that go along with that data. So that is where Just GR is working towards. As it relates to where we are, how this work can be supported. I know that there has been some interest from a Just GR in getting some funds from that Public Safety Trust Fund. Based on what we've described today, I think that would be a process that would be appropriate for them to submit an application through. Although we wanted to present here first, I did let them know that after we presented here, I would get with them and let them know what was happening, so I anticipate that happening. To your second question, Commissioner, as it relates to our immigrant and refugee work, we are very intentional about partnering with people who would be trusted messengers to help navigate the space. What we know as a city and as a department is we don't have all the answers, and that people are facing a time that it's different, and that's the nicest way for me to say it, right? We're in a different time where people are really struggling on how to navigate. We don't have the answers about everything in every way, and in city government, there's not, we can't always do all the things we want to do, but what we can do is support organizations who know what's best. So that's why we've been really focused on our partnerships. We've been focusing on connecting with organizations who are doing work in community, supporting those spaces, and if there are ways that we can support, we do that. One of the ways that we support directly as far as information is through our Know Your Rights program. Again, as we've talked about previously, we have tailored programs, and sometimes we do presentations in spaces where they ask us to, let me pause and say, a lot of times we don't publicize our Know Your Rights work as much as some may want to see. And it would be great for us to take pictures and put them on websites and say, hey, we're doing this work, because we want community to know we're doing the work. But some of the spaces we're coming, the people who are receiving this training don't feel safe. And they've made that very clear to us that they're very grateful for the trainings that they're receiving. They're grateful for the information. It's really helpful in the way they're navigating their lives, but they don't want to be in pictures. They don't want their names on the website, and we respect that, because the point is to get them the information needed. So that's the way we're doing it, is by meeting people where they are in organizations where they are and trying to support the work.
Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Kilgore.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, gentlemen, for presenting to us today. I'd greatly appreciate all of your presentations and notes. I'd like to go to Chief Brown, the fire department. I'll start by saying, as we noted, we really want to talk about budget today. I want to be transparent to the public and my colleagues that I'm very supportive of the Disaster Relief Fund being funded at $100,000. I think it's exactly like the chief said. We have an extreme need right now now in community to create sustainable ways to respond in a very prudent manner to what we see currently, from increasing extreme weather to everyday things that I want us to be able to be equipped to tackle. So I'm very excited to see this. I think this is a highlight of the budget, in my opinion, and one of those ways that we can say to our neighbors and community that we are doing our part. And of course, I'm hoping that in turn, community partners will also lock arms with us on this. And our state and federal partners will see the need in our community because it is present. So very supportive of that, hoping my colleagues are as well. And then when we move on to staffing, I think it's very important. We haven't been able to have a more detailed, as we've been on public safety, I haven't been able to really sink into staffing for the fire department as much. So when you say that there's this internal study underway, when do you foresee that being wrapped up, and when can we have numbers on what the actual need is?
So it's both internal and external. So we poured through the numbers to get ready for this presentation to show the gap. But working with CFO, we are bringing in a consultant to verify, validate, really dig through the numbers. And I don't have a timeline yet.
Okay.
But I would assume, having done some of this work for other places, that it'll be done in time for next budget cycle. And that would be the intent, right? Is we can come back with information to make informed decisions on staffing.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck, did you have any questions or comments?
I think what I want to just say is that what I'm noticing and throughout these presentations is that there's an increased focus on public safety, community safety, and the needs that our growing city is providing. I think there's an emphasis on really strong emergency management and resiliency planning. I think those are going to continue to be there. I really appreciate the highlights on the horizon. I do think the overtime is an ongoing pressure that we're going to have to watch over the next few years. So I too am paying attention to what's going on with those staffing analysis. And just from a little evaluation that I did in the 2025 police data that was publicly available, it does seem like a large proportion of our policing work is not necessarily crime initiated, but nuisance or person-to-person, domestic violence, things like that. And so I would be interested in knowing more about, this could be a longer discussion, not necessarily today, about how that's going to be maybe moved off of policing and into a different format. But I too am supportive of the $100,000 for the emergency disaster relief. I think that as we're looking forward, city manager, I would be interested in paying attention to other kinds of, not disaster relief, but a different kind of contingency fund that we could talk about for when people come to us asking for amelioration of situations, but we can talk about that not here necessarily today. So, just thank you for your presentations. I'll be continuing to watch what's going on very closely, and I would add that I'm supporting any public trust fund dollars that can be spent in like this person-to-person mediation and other ways that we can address bringing the temperature down in our community.
So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, City Manager. Very, I think, clear, concise. Now, maybe we're a little all too inside. I think we all understood it very well, but I hope that it was understandable to the public. I just want to highlight two things. One is a random thought going forward, City Manager, on cost control, which just occurred to me right now, so I haven't thought it through very much. But the other is I want to point out, like, I think that in macro terms, I mean, there's some things in this budget that are like $50,000 questions. That's a very small question relative to the size of the budgets we're talking about. And so the public knows, like, the majority of city funds are actually spent on police and fire. So this is the biggest part of our budget we're talking about right now. And so it seems to me probably our biggest opportunity is to be very, very serious about this overtime analysis, because if we can staff right so that we get the most bang for our buck, we get more humans doing this work, and we are ameliorating our overtime, there's millions of dollars potentially of cost savings there. So that's I think, an order of magnitude bigger question than some of these other programs, which many of us can get excited about. So I just want to point out that I think organizationally, we've really got to be willing to take the hard look at the numbers. And, I know that chiefs, you're both very focused on this. You're very clear on this. I know city manager, you're very clear on this. I just want to point out for the public that may be the forest. And there are some trees we talked about, but the forest may be that overtime discussion. So I'm glad that that's going to be a focus for the upcoming year. The other thing that I will suggest is, and this is, me responding to some of the citizen input that all of us have gotten around. When we say growth right now, the city's population isn't growing 5% a year. We're growing, but not exponentially and not explosively in population. Our attractions are maybe are exploding, right? So we're going from the DeVos Center to adding 2 new major things. And so maybe we're going from one event thing focused in the downtown core to 3. And that's sort of an explosion, not of population, but of one-off focal things. And that always leads to 2 questions from the citizens, which are perfectly rational, which is, how do we deal with parking? And how are we going to have our public safety folks staffed appropriately to respond to this? And I know that's going to be an upcoming conversation, so partly I want to name that so the citizens can hear it, and we're about to talk about mobility next. But there's one thing that I do want to think about going forward, and you might call this automation. We know that we need police officers for traffic control, but we also know that things like instant on flasher traffic signals can really help with crowd flow. So we've got them at the DeVos Center right now. I think we're going to be in a learn as we go mode for a while with the amphitheater, and I hope that some lessons from that we can apply to the soccer stadium. But I think that as mobility comes up, this is something that I really hope that we don't silo our conversations where we're just like, well, Chief Trigg knows we got a lot of traffic, so he's got to send a lot of bodies out to deal with it. And our parking system knows they got to park cars, but we don't think about the fact that I want us to think about how we can do road design in ways that may actually help take some of the load off of our officers, because I think some of those automated crossing signals may actually help us with peak demands and influx of pedestrians, because every parked car produces at least one pedestrian. The minute you turn your car off, you're a pedestrian, you're walking around the city, and our officers are going to be working on pedestrian safety as much as anything else when those events happen. So just wanted to lay that out as something we can have a conversation about. I don't expect any answers now, because we're going to have to, I think, experience how polite Lionel Richie fans are, whether they know how to park their cars, and we're going to find that out in about 2 weeks. So thank you all, and tanks for the presentation, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And while they're transitioning, I'll just say a couple things. Just to get clarification. I know there's been discussion. I heard Commissioner Belshak mention mediation. I know you have mentioned, and others. If we were, and when there's lots of opportunity to talk about the development of such programs, that would be taken out of the internal resources that we would be looking, should that be the desire to stand supportive services like that. And lastly, just for the record, I want to clarify, yes, you are correct. The police department and the fire department operate the majority of resources from the general fund. But overall, city budget, our water systems, both water and wastewater, is a significant investment, much larger than public safety. So with that, we will transition to our next section and discuss mobility and vital streets. And I think we have several presenters and a guest from our Oversight Commission as they come forth.
City Manager, I don't know if we want to have biological break after this next
Yeah,
presentation. maybe?
this is Commission, anybody want to take a break before this next section? We can take 5, Mayor, if you prefer.
I think we just lost 2 commissioners, so why don't we take at least 3 minutes?
Okay. And let's pull up another chair. Okay, he's working on it. Great. Mike.
Let's move on to our next presentation, which is mobility.
Thank you, Mayor LeGrand, Commissioners. Happy to be here today. Joined at the table for this section, which will cover mobility and vital streets, with Chad Patton, who is our Mobile GR Chair, Jessica Smith, the Director of Mobile GR, Cindy Irving, who is Acting City Engineer, and then Tim Roseboom, who is here for the Vital Streets Oversight Commission. So appreciate everybody being here to present on this topic. So I want to start, as always, with just our strategic plan, mobility outcome. And you see there the key pillars and objectives that we have articulated as key to ensuring that we are planning for and providing the mobility and parking choices that the city needs to be both hitting all of our mission and preparing for growth and changed expectations over time. So safety, we always start with. Safety is foundational to the mobility system and really the number one thing we have to ensure that all of our investments deliver on. These are a few key highlights of how we are investing in this budget in safety in our mobility system. So continuing to look at our sidewalk system, obviously key to safety for many of our non-car users, but also for car users to make sure that everybody's staying in their respective lanes. We are working on some bike safety projects. So here we have our matching capital investment. We will leverage that $650,000 investment with grant funds at a significant rate of about $3.6 million. So you see we're making good headway there. Neighborhood traffic calming program is something that we work with our community on and have a long history of. We are doubling the investment in that program with this budget. So really excited about that. We are continuing to deliver on some specific pedestrian safety enhancements. You'll see one called out there on East Beltline and I-96. And then the safety audit, again, that $5,000 local investment is matched so that we end up with $50,000 that will help us pursue two particular safety audits. One is on the Michigan Street corridor and one Kalamazoo from MLK to 28th Street. Moving on to mobility choices, again, we are needing to think about how we are meeting current and planning for future expectations in terms of how people get around and to and through town. So we are continuing and rounding out really our investment in the DART and EV car share program to complete that pilot, which is slated to end in fiscal year 2027. So $30,000 allows us to complete that. We have talked about the mobility blueprint with the commission in the past at a past briefing, but this investment will allow us to do that really robust work both on the technical side and the community engagement side to again implement some of the vision of the community master plan, some of our existing plans, and update all of those into a package where we really engage the community again on what it is we need to do to meet our growth needs and get people around, conveniently allow them to plan those trips and to be able to access what they need to access. We have continued investment in engagement, so that allows us to touch base with our residents and users of our systems in a variety of ways. This year in particular, we do anticipate being able to reach out and talk to folks about how the reimagined Dash alignment is working for folks, that we would be able to talk more about soccer stadium mobility and parking needs around that, and a number of other just variety of initiatives that we undertake for outreach, education, in line with our Vision Zero objectives. There is also an investment in a transportation planner resource, so taking in-house some GIS functionality and expertise, something we have relied on DuPoint for a while, but makes more sense to be able to have that in-house and have a little bit more robust subject matter expertise as we launch a number of initiatives citywide. And then finally, we are continuing our contract with micromobility vendors. Just a reminder, those contracts don't have a direct cost to the city, but we do contract so that resource is available. Getting to the Dash, we did speak with the commission earlier this year about some changes to the Dash route. So this was really driven by the fact that our current agreement with the Rapid was coming to a close later this year, and the Rapid was highlighting for us the need for that contract amount to increase for a number of drivers that are there on your screen. We were also looking at the health and sustainability of the parking fund, which does support the Dash route. So the revised alignment and agreement with the Rapid allows us to avoid a number of significant costs, not least of which was investments in new buses, which would have been a significant investment over the next 5 years. There was engagement at the stakeholder level, kind of informed level engagement, if we go back to our community engagement documentation, informed level engagement with the community as we were rolling out this new alignment or route, and then we will continue to, as we have throughout the operations of the Dash, get feedback from users, understand how it is working, get feedback from the community, and continue to make adaptations to that route as needed and as within the resources we have available. We do believe this will be a great asset as we prepare for the opening of 2 new significant venues downtown as well. So hope that people are going to be taking a look at the Dash and other rapid alignments to help them get into downtown from a variety of places as we think about mobility. Just a couple highlights, and this is just highlights. This is by no means an exhaustive listing of all of the fee pieces of the ordinance, which the manager mentioned you will be seeing at your meeting next week or having a public hearing about next week, but wanted to hit just a couple of highlights around parking rates and fees. So we are not making any changes to the on-street hourly parking rates. We are not making changes to the level of fines that people hopefully aren't used to getting, but some people may be used to getting their parking tickets. There are some minor increases. Probably of most interest would be the monthly parking rates. We are raising that to meet cost of living adjustments as our parking rate framework has laid out as important to keep pace in order to maintain the health of the parking fund. And then we're making some fee structure changes. So again, not necessary, can't really do an apples to apples comparison here, but just calling out a couple of notes. So Market Avenue, Mobile GR operates that surface parking lot adjacent to Market near 131. That had been a flat fee daily rate. Since it will be kind of prime parking area and area that we expect to support accessibility parking and drop-off locations for the amphitheater in particular. We're moving that to an hourly fee structure. EV charging stations are moving from an hourly parking rate structure to a per kilowatt hour fee. That's consistent with state law. And then we are changing some maximum event rates. So if you recall, our parking ramps have event rate parking tiers and variability parking, and those rates are set by a combination of demand and size of the events and number of attendees at events scheduled downtown. There are a couple more ramps that we want to draw into that system and particularly allow to be charged at the maximum event rate, again, because of their proximity to the amphitheater or future soccer stadium. We are not changing the maximum event rate, so we're just adding ramps that can get up to that maximum event rate. A number of other parking system investments we have, and under Ms. Smith's leadership, the system has really been taking a look at the parking system overall, the health of the fund overall, and making moves to ensure that that can be sustainable. Also gathering information for us as we continue to hear from not only development downtown, but development outside farther flung areas of our city on the importance of parking and the cost of building parking. So unfortunately, parking is needed and not beloved by anyone. So especially when you're talking about developing it and using property to support parking. So it tends to be the least desirable land use from a capital cost standpoint, but not one that folks are willing to forego much convenience for. So there's a continued investment in understanding capacity both of public parking, our public asset, privately held parking that may be available to the public, and utilization of both of those things that will help us support requests to assist in building new parking, whether downtown or outside of downtown. Also assist in figuring out how to use some of that privately owned parking for publicly beneficial parking as well, publicly accessible parking. So again, making the best use of investments people have already made. So you'll see some investments in that, continuing to upgrade and maintain the communication and security equipment on our assets. We are investing in a couple more positions to support that facility. I will highlight we are adding one parking violations checker, and that will be something that we continue to monitor again as we see pressure on street parking potentially around some of these venues. We may need to consider additional investments in parking violation checking and enforcement to ensure that both neighborhoods are not unduly burdened and that commercial areas, those on-street parking that really is intended to be relatively short-term and turn over so people can find parking convenient to a retail establishment, really does turn over and people aren't sitting there for 5, 7, 8 all day long, hours all day long. So one investment in this budget, but maybe more that we recommend in the future. And then just a couple horizon issues on mobility before I turn it over to Ms. Irving to go over the Vital Streets budget investments. And then at the end of that, we'll talk a little bit about state funding and changes in state funding. But so horizon issues, particularly with respect to mobility. As you may know, the City Commission has a policy of moving towards full cost recovery on our fees. There are a number of fees for mobile GR that still haven't achieved full cost recovery, and there may be very good policy reasons for those. But again, as opportunities allow, we bring those forward to the Commission to validate or make moves towards fuller cost recovery. So the block party fee is one that is quite under full cost recovery at this point. And again, back to that enforcement and are we getting street parking to be used the way we want it to be used? The meter violation fines outside of downtown are half of downtown meter violation fines and may not quite be causing the turnover we're looking for. We will continue to monitor the impact of those new performance and entertainment venues on our staffing demands, particularly as we bring the parking ramp that is adjacent to the amphitheater into our management portfolio. So we are very close to bringing forward an agreement for the Commission with the CAA to manage that parking ramp. We'll continue to monitor that. We have a number of other parking management agreements that are expiring over the next fiscal year. And again, as we think about cost recovery objectives versus other economic development and community support objectives and strategic outcomes, expect that to be a conversation we have with the Commission as we look at those parking management agreement and the terms of those. We are looking ahead strategically to the Vital Streets income tax renewal expiration in 2030. That mobility blueprint work that I talked about will help underscore some of the overall objectives of what might we think about as we think about a next Vital Streets conversation with the community. So that will help us understand our needs, some rough order of magnitude costs of the things we'd like to be able to develop and provide in addition to our normal asset management approach, and expect that to be a conversation over the next couple of years with the Commission to position us for that community conversation. We'll talk a little bit more about the state supporting revenues in future slides here. And then just wanted to highlight that car share pilot does end at the end of fiscal year 2027. And if we were to extend that permanently, that would be, you see the annual cost there. So that would be a future budget conversation with the Commission.
Am I first? Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tim Roseboom. I am the Chair of the Vital Streets Oversight Commission. With me is Cindy Irving, the Assistant City Engineer. I'm representing Ward 3 on the Commission. I'm also a Rapid employee, which entitles me to a voice on the Commission. Cindy is the city staff that is assigned programmatically to the Vital Streets program. So Vital Streets came out of the income tax referendum back in, I think, 2014, was put on the ballot to direct a portion of the income tax for risk. And did a plan, you'll see that later in the presentation, but we're directed to sort of apply certain principles of asset management balanced by ward. There was a sidewalk program that was included in Vital Streets, and obviously this commission that I oversee was stood up. So we did, before this plan that is going to be presented to you today, make a declaration that we are in compliance with the Vital Streets criteria. We're here to present our 2027 and then cap plan. So that's down the screen here is this overall mobility goal. I don't want you, but that goal makes the which is sort of the base for determining investments. You look at the Vital Streets plan, you get the street that is determine level on that, and you go to those guides also were adopted by an earlier commission, and you determine, you basically build projects out of that. I think the mayor kind of talked about getting people out of a moving vehicle and to their final destination, and a lot of the Vital Streets guidelines sort of look at like what does that street look like for all of the users. So, and then on the screen, I think you'll probably see a lot more of these before and afters, but sidewalks, I think I mentioned, was a big, important component of the Vital Streets plan. So there's an example of a Vital Streets funded project that's completion of a sidewalk link about a half a mile of Michigan Street. That did not have any sidewalk at all before, and now there's a nice wide flat sidewalk. So we do get asked often, like, what factors do we use to determine, what streets and what projects get invested? So there was that task force report that was done back in 2013 that kind of set up the referendum, and then that led into the adoption of the Vital Streets plan. There's a neighborhoods of focus component where you're kind of balancing investments by ward, and you're looking at, where needs are and maybe where disinvestment had occurred in the past and where you want to direct funding. There's obviously a pavement or an asset condition that Cindy's going to talk about that is sort of set in statute as well, that you have to get streets to a certain asset condition. And then there's also leveraging private investment, and then a lot of state and federal dollars that sort of go towards the plan. So with that, I'm going to kind of turn it over to the technical. Cindy's going to take you through the plan and the budget request.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning, everyone. So when we're looking at asset management, we'll start with asset management. That's often a big part of the conversation. So we do assess our roads every year with the help of Grand Valley Metro Council. We use a system called the PACER rating. We have good, fair, and poor is their ranking, and it's a 1 to 10 scale, depending on the condition of the street and also other investments within the street. I think that's another thing to highlight. Our utility departments, our water and sewer department, they also invest heavily in our right-of-way, complete very large projects, and partner with Vital Streets to help enhance our investment beyond even the income tax that we have and the investment we have in Vital Streets. So depending on the work to be done in that street, we'll reconstruct, which is where we're tearing everything up, likely putting in new utilities. We may do rehabilitation, where we're taking off at least 3 inches of asphalt, adding in 2 layers, and then sometimes we do preventative maintenance, and that's pretty broad, but that can be very effective on local streets with low traffic volumes, and it's very cost effective, so we can stretch our dollars further. This is, we talk about balance and distribution, and I know this slide is very small, And I know in your budget packets, this is on page 181 in your packet and page 189 in the PDF if you're looking online. So every year, the Vital Streets Oversight Commission looks at a budget proposal and makes a recommendation to the city manager, and that's what's included in the budget packet. And then this talks specifically about fiscal year 2027, where you can see that we are investing about $8.5 million in Ward 2, $12 million in Ward 1, $12.8 million in Ward 3. So each year there's some variability in our investment, but as you'll see as we go through this slide deck, that as we get towards the end of the Vital Streets program, we are maintaining balance and distribution. Just some years we have larger projects in different wards. We look at our annual investment and our percent good and fair. When we started the program back in 2012, our streets were 60% poor. If we did not pass Vital Streets, we estimated we would be at about 87% poor, so only 13% good. So we are fighting time. Streets have about a 20-year asset life, and some of our preventative maintenance will have a 10 to 12-year life. So we are holding at about a 60% good and fair, and we can see a summary here of where we're at. We're at 57.5% good and fair as of September of 2025. This is when our condition assessments were completed by Grand Valley Metro Council. So we're constantly fighting time, right? So we've been doing this for 11 years. And as we improve streets, other streets are degrading, but we continue to invest, and far better condition than we would have been had we not had this investment level. When we started, the year that we started, we were investing about $500,000 in streets capital. So we still had O&M, repairing potholes, but we had a very low level of investment. So to date, we have done almost 2,300 projects. We have touched 696 miles of streets. That is our center line miles. We have a total of about 605 center line miles of streets. So you can see where we have some where we've gone back more than once because they've needed additional work. And we've invested $256 million in Vital Streets dollars. In 27, fiscal year 27, we're anticipating 93 projects, about 36.7 miles of streets, and about a $33.3 million in Vital Streets dollars just in street investment. We have additional investments in sidewalks, and we'll talk about that in uses. When we look at our sources and uses for Vital Streets, our orange is our income tax support. That is certainly our largest dollar amount that we receive in Vital Streets, our largest amount of investment, and that is almost $19.6 million. We also get Act 51 revenues, and those are shown here in two different pies. In the lighter blue, there's Act 51 of $3.4 million. That was part of the promise to the voters that the first $3.4 million of Act 51 dollars would go to Vital Streets. That second group, called State Investment in green, of $8.1 million, that kind of tied into a program where we anticipated the state was going to come through with more dollars, and when they did, those dollars would be shared between capital and O&M. Our goal was to have $6 million. That is up to $8 million, so that's very encouraging. We're having that additional state investment. We also have a certain amount of cash available from projects being delayed or additional contingency carrying over from previous years that we continue to look for opportunities to invest and improve. And then we also have grants. We're anticipating almost $4 million worth of grants coming in from the state of Michigan. So we continue to partner with the state for additional investment. We have paid off of all of our bonds for both our sidewalks and our streets. When the income tax passed in 2014, we recognized there would be a delay before that revenue was received. So the city went forward and went out for bonds to start investment immediately. For our uses, you can see we have a large investment in our federal aid urban streets, almost $17 million. These are our large arterial streets, and these are the streets that are also eligible for grant funding through Federal Highway and MDOT. And then our second large investment is $6.2 million in our local streets. We have another small group of streets, about 50 miles of streets, which are our major non-federal aid urban. So they're also arterial, but they don't fall in the same classification at the state level. That's a smaller investment, but that's because that category is at 70% good and fair. So you can see that's about 2/3 of our pie, and that's that 33 million that we're talking about. But we also want to highlight some of the other great things that Vital Streets is able to do. So we transfer roughly $3 million to our sidewalk funds, and we continue to close sidewalk gaps and improve our existing sidewalks. We maintain money in our contingency account in preparation if state funding does not come through as anticipated. We don't want to overprogram. And then also if we have projects that need additional investment as we start to do design and investigate, we have additional contingency to support those. We also maintain our green infrastructure, and our Public Works Department runs that program. And we also invest in our traffic safety and our signals, working with Mobile GR, where they have a funding source from us, so they're able to continue a lot of their neighborhood traffic calming and other good work they do to focus on safety issues. Looking at some of the projects that we completed in 2026 helps to highlight what Vital Streets focuses on. This is Fuller from Kalamazoo to Adams. This is near the Boston Square Together development. In this area, we were able to complete a road diet, to narrow our lanes to slow traffic, to have dedicated bike lanes on each side of the road. We were also able to have enhanced transit stops where we were able to add a bus shelter in partnership with the Rapid. It's been a great program in which they essentially need us to make a thicker concrete pad, which is pretty reasonable within a project, and then they're able to come in and install enhanced bus shelters. We also improved our pedestrian crossing there at the bus stop. We have Valley from Fulton to Bridge. This is a good example of some enhanced public engagement. We have a school at the corner near Park Street, and we were looking at different treatments for the intersection to improve safety because we have a lot of pedestrians and parent drop-offs. We looked at a potential roundabout, we looked at a four-way stop, had extensive meetings with the school, went out and kind of looked at how people were using and interacting with that space, and we did wind up maintaining that four-way stop, determining that would be the safest bet for the children and for crossings in that area. So just an example of being able to come in. This was also a project where you can see on the left, the curb head had been paved over and pretty beaten up, and it's kind of amazing how that new curb just brightens up a street and really makes it look nice, but being able to add in that new curb and new asphalt in that space. We have Leonard from Powers to Alpine. This project is an important business district, and we really wanted this space to feel very accessible and walkable. So as people were coming into the business district to visit one business, they would be able to very comfortably walk along the sidewalk and visit other businesses. And in this area, we were able to do extensive traffic studies looking at both on-street and off-street parking and working with the neighborhood businesses and removing parking from one side, maintaining it on one side, but then also at a critical location, switching parking from one side of the street to other in direct response to businesses that had limited off-street parking to help support them and help support that business frontage. Part of what supported that is we were able to remove on-street parking from in front of the library. Everyone was parking in the lot, no one was using that parking, so we could repurpose that space. And then here's just an aerial. We always think this is fun, right? When the drone flies over the street. It's always nice to look all the way down the street and see the improvement. We also support our green infrastructure goals. So Vital Streets, we have MS4 permits, and our stormwater team will talk about that, I'm sure, when they come and present. And we're looking at treating stormwater in place as much as we can. I'm sure as many of you know, this April, we hit 18 feet, the minor flood stage, twice. Right? So, right, it's a little stressful, it's a little exciting, right? And so one of the things we do that's really important is we try to hold and infiltrate and use that stormwater where it falls as much as we can, right? Because ultimately it's making it to the river. Last year we talked about leaching basins. This year I want to talk about trees. So if you ever look up trees and how much water they can take up, we use a very conservative estimate of 600 gallons a year. If you look at a very mature oak, it can be tens of thousands of gallons a year, and most of that water is taken up and then evaporated into the air. So gives a tree canopy, slows the cars, makes the road feel narrower. It's placemaking, makes the sidewalk more enjoyable when you're walking, but also supports green infrastructure. And then our stormwater team tracks our goals, and they track how many acres we're treating, and we continue to infiltrate more. In calendar year 2025, we added over 500 trees, we added 47 infiltration basins, and we added an additional 14.9 acres of treatment area. In our engagement, we have several stats here. We hold several community meetings. We have great opportunities with our business associations, our corridor improvement authorities, and our neighborhood associations where we're able to come in and meet. We also send out postcards and mailings notifying people of projects. We respond to 311 calls, and we also provide postcards in 2 different languages, English and Spanish. We're also looking at enhancing our engagement for the right-of-way. We understand these are people's homes and businesses, and they want more information, more time, more engagement on what's going on. We're partnering with our planning department who helps with our community engagement, looking at adding an additional staff person to help support that, to have that capacity to put in that time. Also looking at how we're providing more direct contacts during construction in case people have concerns. We transfer dollars to sidewalks. Our sidewalk program is something that we're very excited about because in engineering, we know it's very expensive and hard for a homeowner to get a contractor to come in and fix a sidewalk square, right? So we know that's a challenge. So it's been very exciting for us to be able to take that over and really make substantial investments in our sidewalks. We switched to 1 contract per ward to be able to increase the volume of work by kind of maximizing the location and the number of units that could be replaced and reducing mobilization and contractors moving around the city. We are back to the 3rd ward with another systematic sidewalk. We also maintain our public request contract when there's a trip hazard or a concern, so we can go out and fix that. And we're continuing with our connectivity projects. This year we're doing Lakeside from Michigan to Fulton, which is really exciting. We had a chance to work with Dominican Sisters and get kind of creative with easements to maintain their trees and their tree canopy and work with some challenging grades, but to make it a very nice, kind of meandering, comfortable sidewalk for everybody. These are just quick maps of the different wards and some of the projects in the wards, just to kind of highlight how we're trying to do work and improvement in every area. And just highlighting, in Ward 1, we are going to be completing Butterworth from O'Brien to the West City limits. And this is a project that's been on people's radars for a long time, really challenging area, right, where we have the mines were out there, we have really high groundwater, we have a lot of rain and soil erosion. We were able to complete a study, work with the private property owners to identify the entire watershed that was impacting the water in that area. Also working with them for improvements to soil erosion and sedimentation control to keep that dirt off the street. So, and then we're going to be able to reconstruct that road to change that vertical height so there's better visibility. I think there's concerns with driveways and some blind spots. So we're really excited that project's happening, and we know it's taken a while. But it's a complicated road, and we wanted to get it right. In Ward 2, we're completing 3 Mile from Monroe to Plainfield. This is an interesting example where this is a major arterial, so it's a higher volume street. So as part of Vital Streets, we are adding sidewalk to the north side. And we're also adding an extra wide sidewalk, acknowledging that we're probably going to have young kids and families that are going to want to go to the park on Riverside. So we want to make sure there's ample room. So we're adding that sidewalk to the north side, and just to accommodate that residential area. And then in Ward 3, just highlighting, we're going to be adding Burton from Giddings to Plymouth. So right now we're doing Burton from Division to Kalamazoo. And it's a really big project. We know it's a big project, but it's a very important road in the 3rd Ward, very heavily traveled. So we're excited to make that investment. And then as we talked about our investment by ward, if you look at going through 2031, so we did make the assumption that the Vital Streets investment will continue beyond 2030. And looking at 2031, our investment would be about $132 million per ward. Also going back to 2030, always wanting to be conservative. I think it's an engineer thing, right? We always want to mitigate risk. We're at about $124 million in each ward in 2030. But we're very encouraged. We really hope that the investment continues. We've seen a lot of improvements in our roads. We hope that continues. All right, thanks. So as promised, just a couple slides here about the state funding changes. So as you saw in the sources slides that Ms. Irving just went over, we do receive a significant amount of funds that we use towards roads in our budget from the state. State made a couple changes recently from those fundings. So Michigan Transportation Fund, what we call Act 51, they changed a source of funding from one source to switching to a tax on cannabis operations. That's generally intended to be neutral in terms of how much money comes to us from that source, but obviously that remains to be seen. Those funds can be used on capital projects, maintenance, and operations of things that impact your roads, right? Not just general operations, but road-related services and operations. Then we see at the state level a new source of funding, this neighborhood roads funding. That again is entirely new based on current state forecasts. We expect that to translate for Grand Rapids from $8 million or more annually to us, and those funds can be used on capital projects on local streets. So given that we, at the local level, braid those two state funding sources together with a number of other funding sources, not least of which, actually most significantly of which, is our Vital Streets income tax, to generate both maintenance of our assets and operations, things like street sweeping and the other things that you see Public Works doing. We are maintaining that idea of braiding those funding sources together, adding the Neighborhood Roads Fund to that set of sources and distributing them across the uses that are eligible across those pots of funds, and recommending some additional investments, because again, we expect that could be about a net $8 million or more annual increase to us across those uses. So we do have a little bit more to invest. We are recommending that the Commission consider increasing investments in a number of fronts. So the first would be to add to our ability to do sidewalk snow plowing and seasonal green infrastructure maintenance. Also, the investment in that top bullet would also allow us to do more seasonal drain maintenance. So currently we do a lot of this by contract. This recommendation is to bring that functionality in-house. We would have full-time staff who would then kind of flex across those needs. So there would be sidewalk snow plowing, an additional 200 miles. That would be doubling what we're able to do, allow us to get deeper into the neighborhoods, and some of the safe walk to school routes could be added. And then do seasonal green infrastructure maintenance. So not when we're not snow plowing, we're doing green infrastructure maintenance, or on those shoulder seasons of the spring and the fall, we're also looking at increased seasonal drain maintenance. So that's very important in the fall, get the leaves out of the way before we might have some of those storm events in the spring, get out and clean out those drains from sand and other things that have accumulated over the winter, which, as we saw this spring, very important. And we got a lot of questions in those first couple weeks. Have people been out cleaning the drains, clearing the drains? So this investment would help us on all of those fronts. We're second recommending that we braid these resources together to allow us to fund the city's share of the regional approach to deer management. So there is kind of a 3-year plan to get up and running a program that would partner across the Kent County jurisdictions and GVSU to manage that deer population. And so the city's investment is projected to be in that $235,000 range for the first 3 years. That would be an ongoing program. So after year 3, assuming the region wants to keep that going, there would be annual investments to continue our support for that. Third, then we would recommend significant enhancement in some of our traffic safety offerings. So we're recommending about a $4.5 million, give or take, increased investment there, and we can provide more detail offline, but that would allow us to look more at the safe routes to school, the high impact, I always get this wrong. Injury, high risk areas, more of our traffic safety protocols. So we have a number of tools that we can bring to bear on existing rights of way, like rapid flashing beacons, like traffic circles, or different types of things that we can layer over into roads or add into our Vital Streets projects. And this would give us some more buying capacity, if you will, for some of those tools and techniques, and the ability to design and install those. And then finally, additional funds. So after all of those investments that we're recommending, additional funds would just go into the sources pot that Ms. Irving highlighted and be braided into and support various construction projects, including some additional investments in that sort of customer service side of the construction project. So we touched briefly on and have talked to you all before about our enhancements in the community engagement pieces of those construction period projects. We would like to have a little bit more resource for each of our capital projects to do things a little bit more creatively with signage, have a little bit more wayfinding signage, have a little bit more ability to support, hey, businesses are still open, get down here, whatever those things may be that we have found useful and want to make a regular part of our project budgets, as opposed to having staff feel the pressure of like, I've only got so much funding. We don't expect that to be a significant cost, but something we do want to call out specifically. So with that, the next step on these funds in particular, we did not build these recommendations into the capital budget that's in front of you. We haven't seen these resources come in yet from the state. So what we believed was most prudent was get some feedback from you all on those recommendations, any other priorities you'd want us to consider. We expect to see those state funds coming in by September, and we would do the appropriate budget adjustments at those time, but budget amendments at those time to take the money in and then invest them as we have highlighted here with any modifications that you've talked about. And then again, as we move forward into thinking about Vital Streets, its expiration and what we do next in the mobility blueprint, we always have that ability to relook at how we braid all of these revenues together and appropriately maintain what we have, but think about building new, and always with that funding to ensure that we are primarily doing what we need to do for all the users to be safe in the network. So that is that. We are happy, this panel of experts, to take a few questions. I know we're trying to keep you on schedule, and there's another section after this, but we'll either take those questions and get back to you, or if we can answer them quickly, we'll do so now.
Thank you. Because I'm so excited about this, I'm going to go first, if that's okay for everyone. I want to flag again as we're looking. So thank you. A lot of this is really, really exciting. I think the thing I'm most excited about, and I'm sure Commissioner Perdue lit up too, was 200 miles of sidewalk snow plowing. That is awesome. If we could do the whole city, that would make me really happy. I did the math on this, and if your cost and my numbers worked out right, that means if you were plowing in front of my house, it would cost $12.50 a year. That's my budget for Advil for when I throw my back out snow shoveling myself. So it'd be a huge economy. It'd be great for people with disabilities, people, the elderly. Like, it's so important that we actually build a world where people can get around on their, and it's funny, in our values system, we talk about 21st century multiple mobility. And I'm like, well, we also have a 5 million year old mode of mobility, and that's feet. And like, we should lean into like people's abilities to get around as pedestrians. So as we're looking forward, and I've named this before, and Commissioner Yasasi loved this little thing because it's alliterated. I think we need to continue to look at, we're investing this money in things that are cheap, changeable, and continuous. So by continuous, I mean if you're going to put sidewalks in, you don't want them to start and stop because people can't teleport when there's a gap. When we are doing things, some things are a lot more expensive than others. A four-way stop sign is a whole lot more less expensive than a roundabout. And the other thing is changeable. If you put in a roundabout, that's a 30-year thing. We're not going to be like, whoops, we're wrong. We're not going to like take that roundabout out. Whereas a four-way stop, you could, take your red pieces of aluminum somewhere else. If you do bike lanes that are changeable, then the community doesn't have to be like 1,000% confident that's going to work. We can test. So I would hope that we can lean into more experimental and lower cost things that I think can have bigger impact if we're going to spend that money. So I'm really glad to see that $4.5 million of that proposed new funding going into things that I hope are really going to be good for pedestrians. I couldn't help but notice in a couple of your pictures there, the pedestrian enhancement on Fuller. Well, there's no flashing light there. And I see so many people, you can paint lines on the sidewalk, people don't stop. So I think if we actually want to have traffic safety, and there's a bus stop in your picture, like I would like people to be able to get to the bus stop with permission. There's a new one on my walk to work, my walk to church, which I love, and I use it every time when I cross Eastern now. Like I don't cross Eastern Avenue without hitting the button so that cars don't hit me on Eastern. So I would love to have us really remember, like we want to keep pedestrians really safe, not kind of safe and not like, we don't want to, anyway, enough said. So I'm excited about that. Thank you for the investment in the mobility blueprint. I think that's great. And Jessica, you sort of led the charge on that. I think that's absolutely appropriate because, and again, you didn't really touch on it, Ms. Behrens, but the idea that we need to move past sort of one-off plans on let's do this for this group of mobility people, let's do this for this group of mobility people, but to have a global plan. So I'm excited that that's in line. The other thing I would challenge us all to do is I think, honestly, one of our communication gaps on roads is lack of pictures. And so often when I'm a receiver of these things and I hear, oh, we're going to do something on Fuller between X and Y. And I'm like, well, okay, you give me a word picture, but like a picture really helps me understand what I'm expecting and maybe give input. So when I saw the bike lane proposal on Division Street, I saw a picture eventually, and I was like, oh, what about this and this and this? Whereas a word picture wouldn't have helped me give input. So I think as our neighborhood, the people in the neighborhoods are going to be using these things deserve to have better communication so they can have better input because it always, we should always be collaborating with the people who are going to be end users. So that's my long rant. I'm excited about this. This is great. I'm so happy we've gotten new state money, and I'm glad that I think your vision or the city manager's vision for how to allocate that money really matches up well with our values. So Commissioner Kilgore, you look excited too, but Commissioner Knight, you want to go first?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, thank you all for this presentation. I think I talked to some of you all a couple of weeks ago and said it would be really great for the full commission to have an explanation of a lot of the changes that are going on so that the community can be better informed about how we're switching things, because there's been a lot of feedback about the change, and change is difficult for most people, but I try to tell people, keep in mind saying the statement, change is good. Grateful to have, some of the changes with traffic calming, especially I think a number of our neighbors in the 3rd Ward have talked about that Fuller, Kalamazoo area and wanting more. And so thinking about that funding, that the possibility of that new funding coming in, maybe just a continuation of some of those safety measures over in that area would be really, really helpful because it is rough over in that space. And I kind of had a question when you started talking about our green infrastructure goals and how that's connecting with where we are with our tree canopy goals. Like how far are we? What else do we have to do? How far does that need to go to really help with some of that work? I'm probably going to throw out a whole lot of things and then y'all can go ahead. Thinking about engagement and putting more money into our engagement and how we connect with our neighbors. And when I think about us being a welcoming city and all of the different nationalities that we have in our community, we still only translate things into 2 languages, right? And so I had to deal with that in my own organization recently with one of my kids saying that my parents don't speak English and they're not Spanish. Right? And so it's like, how do we communicate with everybody to make sure that everybody in our community is understanding as a whole what's happening around them, how they're a part of this, how this impacts their lives so that they can move forward. So that's just a thought, probably way ahead of what I need to be thinking. But And then also, of course, the sidewalk snowplow piece, I really love. I was around when that pilot started. I was probably one of the people out there on the sidewalk speeding in my Bombardier, as I should not have been. But wondering what the cost value is going to be with bringing that extra 200 in-house as opposed to still contracting. Does it really pan out, or what do those numbers look like? And I know it's a thought, but just thinking ahead with that, because it is really important that we branch out into our neighborhoods. And I know that the lines where they go currently, stop at a certain part, but there's still like more of that neighborhood that's totally getting missed and lost out of that. And I know that there are schools and other walkable spaces in there because I was out there. So just want to throw some of that out there, and that's it.
I will just note a couple things that we'll bring back, Commissioner Knight. So the net impact of bringing some of that work in-house, we'll bring that in. I know that for the level of service we're recommending, we believe we hit the tipping point of it being more efficient to do it in-house, and there would be some offsetting contracted costs for what we currently do, the current level of service. So I'll bring you that. We can bring you that detail back. More on the translation policy. So we do have policy around translation, so we can give you a little bit more on that, and where we are on the tree canopy goals. So probably weed that.
Can I answer tree canopy?
Sure, go for it.
So they do a survey about every 15 years because it obviously takes a while for tree canopy to change. We have increased. We're at 37% now. The goal is 40%. But what I like about this opportunity is I can say to everyone in the city, we will not hit our goal without help from private property. So Friends of Grand Rapids Parks is a great partner with the city of Grand Rapids, and they not only plant in our right-of-way, help in our right-of-way, but also on private property. So we're excited. We're going in the right direction. It's helping, but we're not quite there yet.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you all so much for your presentation. It's like children, you're not supposed to pick favorites, but this one is always a favorite. And it's so nice to see that the Vital Streets chair is still from the 3rd Ward. When the chair, when I was there, went to Hawaii, and then I ended up getting elected. So I'm like, you've got like a cool pathway here. Either you're going to retire in Hawaii or be a commissioner. I don't know. You can give some time to thought to that. But I'll just go through the slides here, and I'm hoping to pause for questions as they come up as I look through my notes. So first here on slide 55, I'm very excited to see the over $100,000 for a transportation planner. Just being very familiar with some of this work, I think it is going to be a great cost-saving measure to bring this in-house in concert with the history and the knowledge that will be present and not have to be sort of contracted out or got from someone in community. So I think that was just awesome to see, and we'll be looking forward to hearing updates on that. In addition, now moving a little bit into Vital Streets, on slide 74, the Vital Streets engagement update. So a question for Ms. Irving, can you illuminate for me the social or online media engagement strategy? What has that looked like? I still am hoping to see us have more modern updates on this. So may I hear some feedback on that?
Sure, and I agree with you. Our website needs to improve, right? So the city recently transitioned to a new website. We're looking at our project pages and how they're being presented. So there has been some improvement in how those are being presented, but I think to the earlier statement, we are looking at enhancing those more towards maybe a marketing perspective with more visuals and pictures to help people better understand, a little less engineer and a little more visual and regular people, right, approach. We've also been working on our GIS maps. When we started our maps, we didn't have many projects. We put all the projects on one map. And at this point, that's simply overwhelming. So right now, they're also working on pulling those apart. So they're focusing right now on just the map that says this is what will be in construction this year. So people know if things are coming to their neighborhood. So we're also looking at that, just really trying to pull things apart with having individual visuals that help answer very specific questions. We've been doing this long enough that that we've got a pretty good feel for what people want to know.
Yeah, wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that that's being thought of. And then, did I hear correctly, a possible additional staff person for communications? That's awesome. I think Juan Torres is stellar, but it's a large job. Just getting and communicating effectively to one project is a significant amount of legwork. I think Juan does a fantastic job. I've seen it firsthand as just a community member and a former chair of the Vital Streets, but I really am supportive, and colleagues really want to highlight that need for an additional person too, because we end up getting that, right, as the elected official of, hey, this wasn't communicated with me, or I wanted more robust communication on this project. This is a direct example of how we can provide a remedy to some of those challenges that we hear in community. So very happy to hear about that. And then in line with Vital Streets, if you could, I can't understate how important of a tool this is in community, and how really thoughtful our community was in passing this some time ago. It's sunsetting soon. So if you could walk me through or give me some information maybe now or later about what that tentative strategy has looked like. Are we talking with our community partners that were supportive of the first Vital Streets plan? Are they on board again? Are they going to help us push this out in community to make sure we don't lose this very important funding source? And then in addition, are we thinking of keeping it at the same level of 0.2 and the same amount of dollars?
Let me start with that last comment about the renewal of the Vital Street oversight, the Vital Streets income tax. So it is very, very important to sustain that funding, as you've seen on the condition of the streets that Ms. Irvin highlighted earlier, that we have much more work to do. And we've talked about this, especially in light of the recent conversations that the county has had about the museum zoo millage. I think we would want to take a similar approach to last time, as well as borrowing from Kent County. We would want to have a renewal committee, a subcommittee of this body, certainly to help us focus on that, as well as engage our oversight commission and other community partners, similar to the effort from 2015. And so our plan is to really have a focused strategy discussion on how to lay that out this year. As we know, time is of the essence, and I think your point earlier on making sure the public really understands the benefit and what has been done, and engaging very transparently electronically will help us to have that conversation. Regarding the amount, I think what we have been discussing, because of the affordability issues, just sustaining the current level, so that wouldn't be an additional increase in cost to the residents. But we certainly are open for any feedback that this commission or the public might have regarding that.
Thank you, and that answers that. And then lastly, to touch on some of the new funds and maintenance and my support for that, I just want to uplift Easttown, the neighbors who they lost some funding from the federal designation, and they were having a program that was helping elderly neighbors, people who are differently abled, and that really highlighted a significant need. So with these new funds, I am very thankful that we're finding a way to fill in. Once again, I'm hearing a lot of problem solving in this with these presenters, and I deeply appreciate it. I think I was open to doing what Mamdani did in New York City of paying people, but a good livable wage per hour to go out and shovel. But I think neighbors are already working together, like Easttown highlighted, to fill in that gap, and I'm happy we're doing what we can. In addition to some of those funds, I do think being more innovative, more thoughtful, in terms of urban planning would be cool. I would really like to see an urban planner come in and work in concert with community on things like bike lanes and those big ideas that have had some rub from City Hall to community. I think an urban planner is sort of a missing piece that I've discussed with my colleague in the 3rd Ward and City Manager on a 2-to-1. I know I've at least said this once, where I think that's a missing piece, where if we even consulted with them, and these new funds may be a way to do that, where we can bring them in, give them our ideas, where we're seeing it, where community sees that, and sort of braid that together. But thank you all again for your presentation and your answers. Greatly appreciate it.
Thanks. Seeing Commissioner Belcheck, you had your microphone up.
Yeah, thank you. This is an exciting area. I'm going to pick on some different things because I agree with largely what Commissioner Kilgore has said, and I will just piggyback here that I do think, as I'm thinking about how we're bringing a cohesive look, and I've talked to some folks already about this on the staff, but a cohesive look of how we're bringing infrastructure into neighborhoods, especially ones that maybe haven't had full street and sidewalk and gutters and things like that. And we're having pressures in the west side in particular on housing and different developments. And so there's some areas that need to be really have some infrastructure. So I think an urban planner would be very helpful as a potential missing piece. And along with that, I'm curious to know, as we continue, not just now, but in the future, over the year, if we can continue to have a look at what the pipeline forecast is beyond this year and next year, so that constituents and residents can understand where their neighborhood would be coming up next. We have these nice maps now that you should have in the presentation, but there could be some, questions about why are they so disjointed, or where's the next piece coming? And so just kind of bringing that fuller picture as we're talking about communication and public engagement. And I would also encourage, where's the quality assurance piece of community engagement during and after a project? Sometimes as an elected official, I hear from our neighbors about things they're not happy with after a construction project. I don't think it's always our construction contractors, but it could be utilities or these other folks that work in the neighborhoods. So just maybe streamlining that process. And again, I think that's where I'm seeing you look at additional funding to be able to do those sorts of things. And the stormwater aspect is the piece that I was going to pick up on as something new, because I think that, as we increase our neighborhood infrastructure, we do need maintenance plan and dollars to be allocated towards who's taking care of these bump outs, who's taking care of the stormwater drain, particularly, right now we feel like it's a voluntary thing maybe, but it isn't, because our street sweepers sometimes do it. Roundabouts where there's circles and things, that might have green infrastructure. Who's responsible for funding that? I applaud the extra attention to signage and notification and wayfinding. I agree that pictures would be good, especially for neighborhood associations as they're trying to be our advocates in the community to get that information out. Sometimes they have to create their own maps and images because we haven't had enough staffing time to be able to do that. So that was great to think about. And just continue moving forward with the deer management. I'm going to be looking forward to what happens there. But overall, I think we do have some new opportunities with this funding, and I think that you guys are thinking about it strategically. So thanks for highlighting these pictures. I don't know that I have a question except to, if you want to respond to anything that I've said here, I would open that up.
So I just want to connect a couple dots in those comments back to some of the efforts that we have underway, specifically about sort of what is the urban planning support for some of our bigger Vital Streets projects. So the community engagement improvement that we've talked about has brought all of our departments around the table. We're also looking at making sure we have all the right voices. We obviously have urban planners across multiple of our departments. So we have transportation planners in Mobile GR, we have traffic engineers in Mobile GR, we have traffic engineers that we work with through our consulting team, we have urban planners in the planning department, and we have economic development staff who are, a little bit more in touch with some of the smaller businesses and what their pressures are. So we're really looking at how are we more formally engaging earlier in project design and project scoping to ensure we have all those voices in some of those questions. And, as we talked about the braided funding and some of these new resources coming through the state, we have some pressures in the budget to be able to have each one of those right-of-way projects deliver on everything that some of our plans say it should deliver on, and there are certain times when we've got to prioritize amongst those outcomes. We may, with some additional fundings, be able to buy a little bit more of what we're looking for in some of those projects when we have timelines we have to meet and budget pressures. So there is more happening on that front to address some of the things that you all have talked about. So I just wanted to reassure you of that. In addition, that the mobility blueprint will give us some sense as well about sort of what is best practice today in terms of safety for all users. And we think about what kinds of facilities all of those users need in order to be protected from each other, but also to deal with human nature and the path of least resistance. We've all seen people on different types of technologies using the path of least resistance. So we hope that the mobility blueprint will allow us to engage with the community and really talk about some of that, take it back to some of our technical and planning level documents and update those things and have that all under one umbrella, which will also be helpful when we talk about Vital Streets. Update to that particular funding source. What is it that we need to prioritize for those funds? What's the community appetite for that? And then that helps inform what that renewal looks like as well. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Let me add to our comments and just to clarify also, when we approved the funding for the mobility blueprint, we also funded having a consultant coming in to work with us with outside background who will be a transportation and urban planner expert to help us in looking at our policy issues. So that is happening. We have lots of expertise internally, but we're also going to rely on an industry expert to help us as well.
Yeah, so I'm glad that those conversations are happening in your 2-on-1 meetings, City Manager. You and I have talked about this too, but for the public, I mean, one of the things that I've said is we have an engineering department, but if I was building my dream mansion, I wouldn't hire an engineer to draw it for me. I'd hire an architect. Engineers are supposed to very crudely make sure things don't break. So the architect can draw, a hovercraft, but the engineer comes along and says, well, that's not going to work. It's going to snap in half. So it's great that we have engineering, but I think that what Commissioners Kilgore and Belcheck and perhaps Commissioner Perdue, maybe all of us have been involved in these conversations, is I think we can level up potentially on our visioning. I mean, one of the things that's just a reality is 30% of our city real estate is streets. That's a lot of our city, and I think it needs some design attention. And I think it goes broader than safety, as much as that's a key thing for me. There are things that are chicken and egg problems, and you can talk about attracting businesses to create jobs for our residents. You can also say businesses go where people want to live, because otherwise they can't hire employees because nobody wants to live in those places. And so making Grand Rapids an interesting, fun, well-designed place will help us drive growth. It's not, I mean, those two things it's hard to get the causation on which one comes first, but I think that we have to think about design in terms of attractiveness and, the fact that there's a global competition for where we can live. All of us human beings can only live in one place, but why I live here and not Amsterdam, well, there are reasons for that. But, if Amsterdam's got cool things that we don't have, that's a gravitational pull to people, applying for Dutch citizenship or moving to Cleveland or moving to Ann Arbor or moving to Flint. And so everyone's making those decisions, and they're partly based on the environment. And it's not just culture, but it's also design elements. And so it's a longer conversation, but
It is. Urban planner, engineer, architect.
Yep.
All the professionals are being discussed, but in all seriousness, I think we do have an opportunity to rethink design once we go through this mobility blueprint process. And with the absolute renewal, the Vital Streets, maybe Ms. Irvin can share this, the design guidelines for complete streets. And I know part of that was in our planning department, part of it was through the Vital Streets process, but when will that be revisited again?
Yeah, I think now that we've finished the community master plan, now is the time to revisit that. And I think it'll happen in parallel with the mobility blueprint so that we can share and collaborate with resources.
Great. Thanks. Commissioner Isasi, you had your hand up, but I don't, Commissioner Perdue, I'm sure you want to speak to.
Thank you all so much. Great to see you all. Thank you for the presentation. I won't belabor the points that have already been made. I will highlight what I see as the major highlights from this section. I'm really excited to see the extension of sidewalk plowing. I think that, some of the health and safety issues have already been raised, but I think particularly as we've been growing as a city, not everyone who lives here feels included in that. And we have, part of our promise is, if we have more assets, we have more tourism, we have more spending, then we could provide better quality services or additional services. And with the types of winters that we have and just how horrendous not having plow sidewalk can be for people's ability to get around and how difficult it is health-wise for a lot of people to do, I think that's really, really important. And just to show proof that, hey, we are having extended services and enhanced services in this time of growth. We can all benefit. So I think that's a really, really important step forward for a lot of different reasons. And the other piece is, as mentioned, additional support during construction season. We do not want to see businesses close because of the challenges with construction. So thank you for thinking ahead and integrating that into these suggestions. I think the things that give me pause from this section is mention of, in terms of the horizon issues as it relates to mobility, are some of the additional thoughts around fees for block parties, for events, for neighborhood meter violations. And the reason for that is, again, as we're growing and we want to encourage people to throw events and to find ways for people to gather and connect, hopefully at low cost. We want to make it as easy as possible, particularly for our local neighbors, to be able to plan and execute an event. Some of those, as mentioned, are for our benefit. You mentioned Friends of Grand Rapids Parks. I mean, they are tasked with helping to activate our green space, amongst other things, and then we're charging them to have an event permit. And so that doesn't seem like the best form of partnership for me or to me. So those are the things that give me pause, and I think we need to ensure that we're thinking about the everyday person and how we might engage them and include them in our growth and make sure they have access to affordability as they work and contribute here. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Nice to see everyone today. A lot of my colleagues mentioned some things that I had interest in and certainly questions on, so I won't jump back into those. Appreciate it. Just we ended abruptly the other day, and so there was a really great presentation that Dave Bulkowski from Disability Advocates of Kent County did with other members and actually users of the Dash and the Rapid, and it was, I think, one of the more highly attended events. So, I think it continues to be a number one piece in terms of mobility and how people get around. But my question is really more on the engineering side, Ms. Irving. I would concur with the comments about the staff that we have that are very much engaged in community, going to a lot of our corridor events or, business events. And then looking at the number of more than 260 cases from 311 from people asking questions about road construction. And, we've all gotten those. I think last week, Mr. Canfield got an email from somebody who's like, this is an emergency, a road is blocked, how can we resolve it? Thanks, Lou, for helping out. But my question is really, how are we using, I always think about, every request is not a priority one request. And I know that in your department, you use a lot of project management considerations, right, to make determinations of the prioritization of what needs to be enacted on. You talked a little bit about that today. Some projects are going to, you might the percentages are never going to equal out, but how do they work that way? But could you talk about that new position, mentioning that new position that would help with that engagement, but also how we're using our systems, efficiency, technology to resolve what I will call, I don't know what the prioritization is, but sort of the lowest level we can answer this question very quickly. Hey, this is a medium one. This is, much more involved. And so just like to understand, I think we're all being asked to do more with less, right? Squeezing out everything that we can. And as I look at my inbox and my colleagues too, we feel that. And so how can we help to alleviate that, adding a position, but also using technology to help with those, standard questions on road construction. Thank you.
So I will have Ms. Irving jump in on the triaging and answering the questions. Just a reminder, the new position was approved by the commission as a budget amendment. It is under recruitment right now, and we really are looking to supplement with somebody in that team that will also have a little bit more marketing skills. So we're kind of leaning towards that marketing and so adding to the skill set as opposed to repeating the skills that we have already. So, and that is maybe in the final rounds of interview. I'm going to look at Cindy on that one. Phone a friend on that one. So we hope to add that position shortly. And then.
Yeah, so when we talk triaging, right, we start with 311. We really appreciate when people call 311 because there are lots of departments that share the public right-of-way. 311 does a really good job with our scripts to try to get people as quickly as possible to the right person, right? So we start there. And then we do have certain internal tools, and often the front office can answer questions. Some of them go to community engagement in our planning department, which is where we're adding this additional person. And then our next steps, right, will go to the project manager. Sometimes we go to the assistant city engineer. Sometimes we go to the city engineer. And I think with the new marketing person, really the vision that we have, what we want to drive towards is when I have one person ask a good question, how do I formulate that answer and put it out there publicly so I can give the answer to 10,000 people, right? That's really the goal, because one person calls, they ask a question, it's reasonable, it's a question other people are going to answer, and how do I kind of mass market that answer to help grow people's understanding and knowledge? And that is an area where we need to grow, and that is an area where we're staffing up to improve those community communications.
Can I add one just quick comment? Thank you for providing the explanation. Can I also add, we talked a little bit about where there's a lot of misinformation that's happening right now in this country, in this state, in this city. People who throw stories out that they have not done any research on, and it's unfortunate. And so I think this is a good example of our democracy. It's like engineering, and I don't know, I started working at an engineering firm, so I think I wanted to be an engineer and come pass the math classes. Let's just be honest. And here I am. But I think that I wanted to point this out because I think sometimes we get a lot of requests of what is the new or different thing? But we are infrastructure. We are infrastructure. This city is what are the bones? What are the things that we keep together? And we get a lot of requests, and a lot of people are fill in the blanks from federal government, fill in the blanks from state government. So I wanted to really highlight that because in some way it's a line item of hey, it's going to be, community engagement. But it really is disseminating a very important topic to people. And I just wanted to add, I would be remiss if I didn't add, hope that position will also be able to work with our neighborhood associations who are helping us to disseminate facts instead of opinions. And I think it's really easy to sometimes you see an opinion and you want to respond to it or you feel a certain way. And, I used to work in HR, and you have to do research. You have to do a little bit of that. So I just wanted to highlight that as this is part of ensuring our democracy too, that people have access to real information. Because there are some things that would have you believe that this city is not well run. That there's all these things happening. And what this morning has shown once again is that we are extremely well run. We have volunteers, people who come and be part of these boards and commissions, who share their time and energy. I know you have another job, Chad, and it's and so I think that's really, as I was sitting here on something very benign of construction communication, it really is making sure that we get the most true, honest, and up-to-date information. So, we give you a lot of jokes about engineers, but I want to say thank you. I think that this really highlights how so many other departments are thinking about what we need to do to make sure people have true information coming from the city of Grand Rapids. So thank you.
Thanks.
Let me
Manager.
underscore one of the points that Commissioner Sassi had brought out that I think makes this more important to discuss holistically. In addition to this new resource, which is yet to be hired, yet to be onboarded, and so it's kind of like the firefighter discussion we have. We approve the resources. It'll take time to bring them up to speed. We also are losing a resource that's helping us with particularly corridor engagement with the retail retention and attraction specialists. So we're going to, we have some resources in this budget to try to have some continuity, but we know that's going to be challenging because it's not fully resourced as it was before. And so it will take a while for us to build the momentum I think that everyone would like to see with further engagement. And so we are discussing on how we can lessen the impact of that change. Our partners from the Chamber in Downtown Rapids Inc. chose not to continue the program as it was, and so we're still trying to re-engineer it in a way that will help us continue to engage our business corridors.
Thank you. So I'm going to close this part with my engineering joke, which is that engineers run the best meetings because their agenda is, what are we going to do? Who's going to do it? When are we going to do it by? Why are we still talking? So this is a good chance to segue into our engaged and connected community conversation. So thank you.
And we'll do both sections, engage and connected in government excellence, and we will hopefully try to conclude this section by 12:30, because I know you guys want to have some additional dialogue about some commissioner vacancies.
So no pressure.
No
Got
pressure.
it. Got it, boss.
Oh, there it is.
Sure.
5 minutes.
We'll take a 2-minute break here, bio break, since we don't have a quorum. call us back, and Mr. Matthews, you want to take it away, and your teammates.
All right, thank you. So now we're going to talk about engaged and connected community priority. We broke this out into several kind of categorical areas that relate back to some of the commission priorities. The first one here is inclusive engagement. This includes investments that we're making specifically to make sure that our work with the community is, in fact, inclusive of the community. So you see investments here related to bilingual engagement, refugee, immigrant engagement and involvement. That covers across the clerk's office, our court system, of course through OPA, engagement with the criminal justice system, code enforcement, as well as more broadly some of the things that Equity and Engagement is doing to make sure that our communities are involved. The next here is neighborhood connection. These are the things that we're doing specifically to make sure that our neighborhoods are informed and engaged in the work that we're doing, as well as all of our residents for that matter. You'll see items here related to voter awareness. Of course, we have an election coming up this November, as well as education and engagement around our sustainability initiatives and how we can help our residents reduce things like power bills, water bills, sustainable landscaping, things like that that contribute towards our climate goals. Continuation of the We Are GR magazine. That is the one piece that we have that we know goes to every household in the city. Community engagement initiatives across the Parks and Recreation Department. They've been really one of the standouts over time in terms of both project and program engagement, and this represents their full investment in that work. And then you see a continuation of the Development with Us program, which gives developers the opportunity to engage directly with residents on projects that may impact those neighborhoods. Also in this area, you have investments that we're making in relation to property taxes, education for our residents. The Neighborhood Summit, which is a traditional investment that we make to engage neighborhoods. One of the things that's really shifted on the summit, the city is taking a much more active role, both in terms of having a presence, but also in offering sessions where appropriate to be able to engage directly with our residents. That wasn't always the case, but we've got a much stronger relationship between the planning of that and some of the things that have direct intersection between our work, whether that's on the infrastructure side or whether that's on the programming side, and where we can better engage with the community. Continuation of the Neighborhood Match Fund, as well as some implementation of customer engagement tools and technologies that are integrated with 311. We'll also be talking about that a little bit in Government Excellence. From a youth engagement perspective, of course, Our Community's Children is taking the lead on a lot of these initiatives and have for quite a long time. The Mayor's Youth Council, the ELO Network. We've got an investment that was mentioned earlier in OPA's presentation, but I wanted to call it out here as well, the Civil Rights Youth Academy. As well as the investments that we're making in the Water Career Program to get young people engaged and interested in those careers and opportunities. So here, I don't expect you to be able to dig in and read this. It's representative of the engagement framework. The core premise here is that all of our engagement is circular. You don't have a beginning and end. This is a cyclical process where you continue to evaluate, modify, and respond accordingly over time. So in FY27, we plan to continue our investment in the time training and facilitation for our employees in regard to the engagement framework. We launched those training initiatives in FY26. We will wrap those up in the fall, which would be early FY27. But we do anticipate that that's going to be an ongoing process for our departments and for our employees. In terms of the framework itself, we're really focusing our testing investing around some of the core things that we've already talked about. So project engagement, public safety engagement, and then the mobility planning and execution process. Those are some of the ones that we're really going to be leaning into in the coming fiscal year. Arts and culture is also mentioned in Engaged and Connected, so I did want to give some updates in that respect. You all know that the city helped to fund an economic impact study in regards to arts and culture that was followed up this year with a joint investment that includes us, Kent County, and the Arts and Culture Collective to bring in an external consultant that's currently doing work in the community to help build out an arts and culture strategy for the city and for Kent County. They've already been on site for a set of meetings. There is currently a survey that's out in the community that's available that we're promoting through our own social media channels for any resident to provide their feedback on what their experience is in the arts and culture space and what it is that they would like to see. We expect for those recommendations to come back to us early in calendar year 27. So you also know that FY26, we launched a commission support pilot that included both administrative support and also communications and engagement support. Currently, we have about 9,500 subscribers to the Ward Wednesday newsletters. That includes both news and short-form social videos. Presently, we've got about a 12% click-through rate on those efforts and a little over 32,000 social media views in total. If you look at the unsubscribe rate there, that is notably low. That means that the people who are engaging with this are finding some value from the information that's provided. I do want to note that we did make a pivot a little past midway of the initiative because we were seeing some fairly low engagement around the individually distributed ward-based videos. We've rolled those up into a single package when Ward Wednesday goes out, and we have seen a significant increase in the engagement with those videos since we did that. So if we do choose to continue, we'll continue to measure, modify, and refine as we see what works and what doesn't. As you all know, the continuation of this is not currently budgeted. That's something that we've put on the table for discussion amongst the commission to decide how we want to move that forward. We'll move on to governmental excellence. Again, we've put this into a couple of categories. One of the keys, of course, is asset management. How are we taking care of our facilities? How are we taking care of our infrastructure? And how are we planning for the future? So you see pretty significant investments here in environmental services, in our facilities department, fleet, as well as some continued work in the IT space. Financial stewardship is the next one. One of the things that we want to make sure that we're doing is we're investing in the people and the systems that help empower the management of our financial systems, make sure that we're responsible stewards for the public money, and that we're leveraging those assets as best we can. So when you look at some of these investments, some of them sound a little wonky. You look at PCI compliance. Those are all things that ensure the security and the validity of the collections that we make. Some investments in personnel, particularly when we talk about capital budgeting, in budgeting in general, to make sure that we've got good coordinated enterprise-wide oversight of how those programs are both budgeted and tracked over time. We've got funding to continue the optimization and the extension of the Oracle ERP. That does include some additional implementation around HR modules, which is one of the areas that we still have some opportunities in. And then some funding to be able to enhance our cash flow forecasting over time through the Treasurer's Office. Workforce investments, this is not inclusive of all of those investments. A lot of these, you'll note, are not just investments to help cover our operational needs in the present day. We've really looked at those entry-level positions and opportunities as ways to get people into the workforce early in areas where we have particularly hard positions to fill. So when you look at the utility aid positions, when you look at the Public Works Academy, when you look at some of the things things that Fleet's doing in environmental services, all of those are designed at targeting people who are choosing a career. And how can we create positions that help create those opportunities and hopefully keep people over an extended period of time and advance them through those departments. When we look at service efficiency, we're doing a number of things in the coming fiscal year we propose to that really continue to look at the way that we're utilizing our assets most efficiently. So you see that with Fleet. You see that in some of the work that the Innovation Office is doing across our departments. The most recent example of that is some of the investments that we've made in terms of the management of organics. The question was, is this the most effective way for us to be able to serve our community based on what it is that they're telling us what they need? And then we've got $100,000 set aside to be able to really take a deep look at one of the things that was talked about earlier, which is how our scheduling and our overtime is being utilized across our public safety departments to make sure that we are most efficiently utilizing our resources and allocating those. In terms of legislative affairs, we know it's a particularly challenging time right now. We do, or have in the past, received federal funding from a number of areas, including direct allocations through the congressional process. But a lot of the federal funding runs through the state as well. And at this point, we're starting to feel it on both fronts. What I'm happy to say is that in the past fiscal year, we did get some pretty significant awards through our state and federal delegation. We're hoping to continue that going into this fiscal year. You'll see here a list of some of the things that have already been submitted by our state and federal delegations to help support some of the critical operational needs that we have. Looking out on the horizon, the implementation of the compensation and classification study, or at least the plan for doing that, that's something that we're really going to be digging into when we go into FY27. We do have that draft final report and are just working through some of the details with the consultant. We'll have it by the end of this fiscal year to be able to start engaging with our workforce and engaging with the Civil Service Board on that. Ongoing talent attraction and retention is going to continue to be a challenge for us. We've seen that in the skilled trades. We've seen that in our inspections positions, as well as in our utilities. We want to be able to continue to stay ahead of that. At the beginning of this process, Ms. Claren did mention one of the priorities is the ARPA spending plan, the closing out of those funds. Continued refinement of Oracle ERP, that's one of the things that I mentioned earlier. The tactical and responsible deployment of AI tools. We had a meeting with the internal AI steering committee, the AI council, just yesterday. So they've divided up into subcommittees, something that I'm going to talk about a little bit more here in a second. Looking at how we're investing and or dispositioning certain properties, we know that we've got a number out there that there are questions around, and we're going to have to continue to talk about that in FY27. Then the last one here is the renewal of the Public Museum John Ball Zoo millage. And that's one that I'll cover here at the end. So speaking on artificial intelligence, we were early in establishing a policy. Shortly after the OpenAI drop, we realized that we needed to get ahead and provide guidance for our employees at the very least on what appropriate utilization would be and what the channels were. After that, we developed and launched the AI Council. That was in 2026, early this year. We have partners from both GVSU and Ferris State that are a part of that. We've also got sustainability engaged in looking at all of these tools and trying to get an evaluation of how that aligns with our own sustainability principles. What we found is that a number of our current tools, and I've got a list here, Copilot, our security tools in particular, GIS, Adobe, our body-worn camera systems, all of them are starting to roll out AI integration as part of their programs. So it's not going to always be a pick and choose, but we want to know, eyes wide open, what it is that we're getting into and being able to provide guidance to employees on what's appropriate use and what's not, and how do we best manage our own data, which is one of the critical liabilities that we have as an organization. and responsibilities for that matter. We are rolling out a customer service chatbot pilot in FY27 with 311. That will be pulling from all of our scripts, all of our collected knowledge on all of our systems, and hopefully be able to provide some folks answers more efficiently and quickly if they're willing to opt in to at least try getting that information from that resource. So we're not going to force anybody down that channel. We're also exploring solutions right now in some of the priority areas that we've talked about. So the development center, there are ways that we can increase efficiency in the permitting system by utilizing some of these tools, as well as in the processing of Freedom of Information Act requests. I did mention that the Sustainability Office and the subcommittee that's part of the AI Council is working in collaboration with planning on potential zoning amendments. So this goes back to not just AI utilization, but it goes to the siting of AI data centers and what are the potential impacts. That's a conversation that our water department is actively involved with. In fact, have been called in from some of the regional economic development authorities to have a conversation about what our capacity is relative to the potential, not in the city of Grand Rapids, but in the region, because we are the primary water supplier for the region. And this is just a quick example. From AI, we're trying to be very intentional. So Microsoft Copilot can be built into our systems. It's our primary office system. What we want to do is be very intentional in the way that gets rolled out. So we've got a pilot group. We're reaching out to opt-in users to do real-world testing of the capabilities and what are the potential risks. So there'll be a consistent feedback loop from those testers on what it is that they're learning over time. Those insights then we'll be able to use to inform future potentially more broad utilization, but we don't anticipate that any of these are going to be universally used by all of our employees. First of all, not all of them have a need for it. They might have a need for very specific use cases. And from a practical standpoint, they're expensive. So we need to be conscientious both of the budget, but also of what are some of the long-term implications. On the museum and zoo millage, that was a millage that was established back in 2016 at 0.44 mils. The agreement was that it would be a 50-50 split between the museum and the zoo. It's specifically intended for operational support in the maintenance and care of exhibits, so it's not intended to be utilized for capital investments. There was a renewal committee, and this is required by the county because it's a countywide millage, a renewal committee that was established in late 2025. They had asked for financial analysis from a third party of both operations, and the net of that financial analysis, when they looked at the two side by side, they felt like other than the 50-50 split that we've previously had, that they wanted to look at alternative scenarios, all of which tilted additional funding towards the zoo. That was a function both of a realization of the deferred maintenance that the zoo has on their books, but also looking at the pretty ambitious goals that they have in the master plan for the zoo. So they presented 4 different scenarios, initially to the public museum officials, eventually to the public museum and city officials. We made it clear to them that this has an impact not just for the public museum, it has an impact for us as an organization because it is our asset. That was proved out in FY26. We put additional capital funding towards the construction of those elevators as part of their renovation, specifically in terms of increasing accessibility. If we're unable to maintain a certain amount of funding, either a certain amount of things get delayed, deferred, or come back as potential impacts to the general operating fund. So we have a particular interest in the outcomes here. The last feedback that I've got, they were supposed to have a millage committee meeting this morning. They canceled that meeting. So I don't know where their recommendation is going to land. The assumption is that it's likely going to be between an $800,000 and $1.6 million annual impact on the current funding that is going towards the public museum. The last is the vacancy that we have up here on the dais. That was vacated on March 6th. We were asked to come back and let you know what does that look like if we fill it or we don't fill it. The answer to that is $33,146. Or $33,146, I'm sorry. That is a half year of the built-in costs and salary benefits for a commissioner's seat. And with that, we're open to questions.
Thank you. And colleagues, I would prefer if we could have a conversation about the vacancy after we talk about everything else, so for purposes of clarity. So I do want to have a conversation about that, but let's talk, if we could, talk about everything else first. So if anyone has questions or comments or feedback, Commissioner Knight.
I'm first on everything today. Look at this. I just had a couple of questions around the governmental excellency under the workforce investment. Like you had the 1.6 to support public safety recruit cadet classes, but I went back to the police presentation, and they have 1.2 for police academy classes, which is tuition, salary, and benefits. So just trying to figure out where the differentiation is between those two, and the same with the 100,000 for police, fire, and dispatch overtime. Kind of looking at the analysis to determine the cost, and then we got the same thing under the safe community for GRPD, with OT analysis to help assess the main drivers of OT. So are these one and the same? Are they added together? Are they, because it was a different number from one to the other?
I'll have to connect with finance on that.
I think on police and fire, in addition to their normal recruit classes, they do have, the fire department has, the Chief talked about some of the cadet programs that they have with high school students. I'm not sure that number in police may include your cadets or your interns as well. So we'll double check those numbers.
Okay, thank you. And then the other piece was, of course, on artificial development or intelligence. I know I just said a few minutes ago, change is good. So still working into that space myself. But just wondering, even with the thinking about our 311, and we still kind of have some. They're doing an amazing job, and things have gotten a lot better, I know, since I've been here on this dais, but just even thinking about some of the near misses, like, I've been on that, some AI bot calls and literally said, "You're not real." And they're like, "Lisa, yes, I am." And so, that just made me madder, right? That right there got me twice. But just wondering how we can still be even, I know it's a process. I know we got to test it to see what happens. It makes me really nervous on people getting missed, things getting missed, right? Because we get calls and emails and things all the time that go around 311 because they feel like they haven't been addressed, or, nobody's listening to their questions. And I mean, again, me on this side, listening to this person talk to me, and I'm like, I know you're AI, and then you telling me you're not, you know what I mean? Just kind of escalated things just a little bit. So just want to throw that out there. I know change is good, and it's going to take time, but those were just a couple of things that jumped out to me.
Well, I mean, one of the things that you'll see in the initial policy that we put together was we were very specific about making sure that we have what we're calling human-in-the-loop principles, which is nothing is 100% autonomous. So if you look at customer interactions as an example, when we look at human-in-the-loop, the question is asked, okay, well, who's reviewing these interactions? The same way that the human interactions are recorded, somebody needs to be reviewing those AI interactions, again, to make sure that there's accuracy, to make sure we're controlling against one of the things that you brought up, Commissioner Kilgore, about the hallucinations. In that respect, one of the other things that we have to do is to be very thoughtful and very disciplined in how we manage our own data. And that's an entirely separate conversation that we're having right now, which is how do we create a reliable pool of city-owned data that's also secure, that can provide the most reliable results. Because we have a lot of systems that we run, and not all of those systems are connected to each other right now. And every one of those areas where we're not connected is a potential for an error. So again, we're trying to be very disciplined and thoughtful about this. None of it's free. So we're also trying to be very judicious about the way that we go about it.
Yeah, I had a robot yesterday that I had to sing a song to. He kept telling me it was going to do something, and then I was quiet and it said, I haven't heard from you in a while. And I'm like, would you like me to sing you a song while you think about this? What song would you like me to sing you? And yeah, so robots are not perfect yet. Commissioner Belcheck.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm a real human. So I want to just start with the engaged and connected community portion here. I know we're doing a lot of different things to communicate, and we've had some conversation already this morning about maybe questions or ways we could do better or refine. I just want to note that I've paid attention to the $323,000 that will be supporting community initiatives to increase residents' participation in the Parks and Rec stakeholder relationships. I think that that's going to be incredibly vital going forward. I do think that the president of the Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association is very happy to see that we're going to be making investments there. We'll talk more about that in a different section, but given certain things in the past, I just want to highlight that that's something I think is a good investment. I want to make sure we monitor it, and what would it be, being needed, or where do we have extra that could be put somewhere else. I think in this case it's needed, but that kind of brings me to the question I do have about forecasting any additional costs that we might have in the implementation of our new framework, which, by the way, super love. I hope you're having some good experiences with it, but that's one of my questions, and I have some more. I don't know if we want to do it in phases or...
Sure, I can speak to that. So when we talk about community engagement, our intent has never been that there's one group of people whose job is community engagement. And that's reflected in the framework. It's all of our jobs to do community engagement. So when we're tracking investments over time, the question is, are departments embracing the framework, and are they investing appropriately? So you won't see it as a single line item that's coming out of the communications department, but hopefully we're seeing increasing numbers over time and how other departments are. So a good example we just talked about is engineering is making an investment in additional people in the community engagement space that are going to be guided by the work that the communications department has put forward.
Well, since you mentioned thank you for that. The communications department is doing a great job, and I want to highlight this ties in both here and I think under government excellence, is the continued support for being able to reach constituents directly, both in formal ways and in informal ways. We've talked here, several of us, about how we get a lot of contact from constituents directly. Maybe they want to work around 311, maybe they want to just be heard by a human. Maybe they just feel like they need to talk to someone who has some levers of power, quote unquote. But I think that having the support to do that in support staff under the governmental excellence is necessary. I think it facilitates great not only constituent communication, but facilitates staff access to us in our busy schedules. So I'm just going to mention that I would call on all of us to support that, even given that we have difficult circumstances and forecasting going forward. And I think that the statistics, I would like to just give you a chance to give you some praise. The statistics on this from a digital marketing perspective are fantastic on these Ward Wednesday newsletters. And if our regular newsletter or commission recaps are anything close to this, we should be winning Addy Awards or something. I don't know what the communication equivalent would be right now, but if you would just want to touch on that. These are like remarkable.
So yes, all of our newsletters are performing similarly very well. We are within industry standards for open rates, which is a little bit different than click-through. We chose to focus on click-through not just because it was a higher overall rate, but it actually shows engagement. So it's not just somebody looking at it on their phone or on their computer. They're actually taking action in there. They're clicking on something in there to find out more information about that thing. And so we are 4 times over for industry. In this case, means government. So in terms of what other government entities are seeing and reporting. So we do see that across all of them. It is an incredibly cost-effective way of doing business. So the resourcing, again, it'll be a discussion up to you about the specific commission support facet, but it's something that it's relatively cheap to do, and we get very good responses from it. I will add that while it's not called out, we are going to devote some funds this next year to try and bump up the subscriber count across all of our properties. We kind of intended to try to do that last year, and we kind of momentarily forgot that it was our 175th birthday, so we diverted some funds over to pay for that. And so we're gonna make that a kind of a push this fall to try and get those numbers up, because right now we have about 10 to 12,000 subscribers across the city of 200,000, and we'd like to see much more, obviously.
Well, I will be passing the microphone over to the next person, but I just wanted to highlight that and to just call out that I am continuing to watch what's going on with our Oracle stuff. I know that it is difficult to implement these things, but again, under government excellence and watching out for the budget, I do think that was a large chunk of our overruns, and personally, that makes me a little nervous / uncomfortable.
Commissioner Isasi, I saw your hand.
Thanks for the presentation. I think the theme, and you talked about this, Mr. Matthews, the last group, this is about the infrastructure and it flows through the entire organization, but I think the theme is it's communication, not notification, and how we've evolved from telling people things to having some back and forth. I also think, and Andrea, I think a lot of your work has also been just what are the expectations that we have too, because I think we all would like I shouldn't say well, there may be some that have expectations of a very engaged, plugged in piece, and I think as you said, we are in an industry, we have to make choices about what we spend more time on, where's the, what is this costing us to deliver? And we heard that in some of the other presentations, but I just want to say that's what stuck out for me is communication, not notification. And so, for me, I, feel, I'm glad to see the information about how newsletters are performing. I think I made a joke last week about the Word Wednesday. And so glad to hear that. I think for me, I'd like to understand how that gets plugged into our existing systems and the videos and the pieces that your department is working on versus external sources. I think that's what we all need to think about. If we're concerned about the overruns on Oracle, then we need to be concerned about where our efficiencies that could be existing here in other departments, right? What is that system approach that we have? And I don't know, I think Hannah's great on the camera, so shout out Hannah. And so the other piece I wanted to bring up was as it relates to, well, can I talk about government excellence then, City Manager? Can I go to that next step? I know I've been a part of these pieces because I am part of a civil service board, but if you, and maybe I didn't catch it, Mr. Matthews, but just some of the deadlines and pieces around the compensation and classification study, that's probably been one of the bigger questions at that body, which is pretty well attended, I would say, by city staff. So if you could talk about that. And then lastly, as we talk about what are overruns or what are things that we have to plan on, we got the ARPA money, but there's no such thing as free money, as we all know, right? There's the money that we had to add into our fiscal services to manage that. I think we added some grant support to understand that reporting. And when we got that money, it was a very different federal government than this federal government that we'll be reporting on. And so, are there any additional dollars or, understanding is there going to be additional things that maybe weren't expected because it's just different people who are in charge of the government now. And so maybe those assumptions that we had around reporting, I just want to be prepared because I think that's something, when this first came up, 2026 seems so far away, but here we are. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Well, I'll cover comp and class first. it has been a journey getting to this point. And there were a couple of pretty frank accountability talks with our consultant along the way. We're at a point now where we are probably, certainly before the end of the fiscal year, we're going to have a final report. We're going to have their charts and their recommendations when it comes to pay. What I can say based on the report is that overall, we're generally not that far off, particularly with the passage of the last round of CBAs. The hope was that the CBAs themselves would help cover some of the delta that we might see in the pay, and we are seeing some of that based on what it is that we've gotten back. But you've probably got 15 to 20% of the represented workforce where we might need to look at adjustments. That number is higher on the executive side of the ledger, but clearly we want to make sure that we take care of our represented employees first. Our next step, once we have that final report, we have the final charts, we hand those over to finance so that we can get some estimates on what our implementation options might be. Concurrently, we'll make sure that that gets in front of civil service so that they can start to digest that, as well as the represented groups. The important thing to remind everyone is, ultimately the pay and classification process belongs to the executive office in partnership with the Civil Service Board. But we want to be transparent. We want to make sure that we're responsive and we get the appropriate feedback from our representative groups. That's 95% of our workforce. But we're going to have to think through with the Civil Service Board, what does an implementation plan look like? Because if we start looking at it position by position, it'll be 5 years before we get everything through. So those are some of the things that we'll be working on in terms of next steps.
Yep. Let me add, thank you for asking that. And I've been very reserved in my comments publicly, but I do want to echo what Mr. Matthews has said. I'm very disappointed in the third-party consultant that has helped us while they have tried to improve some of the outcomes lately. I do not have a high degree of confidence in the work that has been produced thus far, and would ask both our implementation team, the Civil Service Committee, to continue to closely look at it, because that's important work. And it's something that affects every employee, and it certainly has a huge fiscal impact. And so we will, while the study may conclude this year, we'll have to plan for the implementation. We don't have any funding in this budget for anything beyond the current contracts and the future out years modest cost of living increases. So we will be really focusing on that. The second thing I want to address, just put things in perspective, when we talked about concerns about cost overruns, our budgeted costs, particularly on the ERP system. And just as you said, I'm glad you mentioned that, Commissioner Sassi, because I went back and looked at the ARPA spending plan. And so we spent about $9.3 million in federal funding to allow us to implement the ERP, and the general fund has been less than 10%. The amendments have been less than 10% of the project cost. Is that correct, Ms. Claren? I don't know, 600,000. And so when we do, even on engineer or capital projects, we always have contingencies of 10% or more, and we come with those amendments occasionally. So this time, in investing in a system for our workforce, which we rarely do, certainly to this magnitude, I think the investment has been worth it. I know it has been certainly a change management process. I think that could have been managed differently, but we are certainly looking forward to getting the full utilization. We've talked about technology and efficiency and cost savings, and ultimately this will help us in the long run be much better efficiently in our financial stewardship. Then lastly, your comment about the reliability of federal funding and whether or not any attempts to claw back or to restrict. I think our strategy of transferring, amending this year's budget and transferring, I think, the recommended $7 million to the stabilization fund, while it won't be a full hedge of protection against what the uncertainty may lie before us, it certainly is a step in the right direction. And I hope to bring back that amendment the same meeting that we adopt the budget to allow us to make that transfer.
And piggybacking on that, one of the things that I can say, you were talking about, staffing and reporting and things like that. Our experience, at least with my service group, has been that a lot of the same people are still in the same seats, which is encouraging because these are partners that we've worked with for years, if not more than that. So there have been some delays in terms of receiving funding for certain projects, funds that were allocated either through direct congressional spending or otherwise. But they've come through in the areas where we've had agreements in place. So it's required a little bit more work, interestingly, more from the departmental staff and the relationships that they already have, probably, than it has been from any, centralized grant management staff.
Lost track. Commissioner Kovar, I think.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all so much, and to all the staff that has given us all of these presentations today. It's been very nice, and I'd like to start with the engaged and connected. Here I've just got some comments and then some questions. The first one is a comment for slide 92, talking about the commission support. I think, as I discussed with Vital Streets, trying to modernize how we interface with our community is deeply important. So I'm supportive of continuing the pilot and sort of making that a part of our budget and a part of our strategies. I just want to be very transparent to my colleagues and the public about supporting that work. And also look forward to, thank you, Mr. Green, for talking about our other newsletters and really having some intention about getting folks plugged in onto that. I've received very positive feedback on this model, and folks not only enjoyed watching me hit, what is that? I don't even know the name, pickleball, do pickleball horribly. And I had one constituent that was very funny and said, I've never seen anyone do it in cowboy boots. Like, next time, that would be really helpful. Like, you could have broke your neck. So that was funny, but not only to laugh at me, but to really have some fun with the work that we do. It's important, but it can often be stuffy and, for lack of a better word, boring. And I think you all are doing a really great job with this, and I think this enhanced commission support pilot was a good show of that. So I'm very supportive of that. Then moving on to the governmental excellence. On slide 97, I see $50,000 for executive internship program with GVSU to build public sector career pathways and talent pipelines. That makes me think, and I'd love to hear some feedback on this, of what about a possible program and model for this for our co-response? We've talked about that on public safety, where we don't yet have locally in our region a lot of social workers or therapists thinking of the pathway of pairing with our first responders, with our police officers. So I'm wondering, and would love to hear some feedback on if that conversation has been had and how we could use that type of executive pathway model to support the police department. So I'll stop there for that question.
I'd like to ask permission if we can bring that back and talk about it at Health and Environment. Okay. I think that would be a great opportunity to kind of tie it into some of the other things that we're doing from a community health perspective.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Does that work for you, City Manager, or did you have a response?
Which part? You said bring.
Talking about the co-response, mental health,
the mental health.
social work pathways.
I'll just be real directly. The mayor had mentioned a model, a partnership with GVSU some time ago, and we talked to Chief Winstrom. We wanted to really pause and be intentional about implementing the current model. And so there's no recommendation for that program that the mayor had proposed to for the curriculum with GVSU at this time. And so we have new chief in place, and so we need further dialogue around that. I'll just say real quickly, just to clarify, the internship, it's not it's in the executive office, but that's our intern program. This is not $50,000 for the next executive.
Okay.
I wish it was that affordable to create an executive, but this is for the graduate interns that come into our office, similar to Mr. Ho that came in and now is permanently working for the city of Grand Rapids.
Awesome. Well, thank you. I look forward to more conversation on supporting our co-response model in health and environment. You said I'll make a note myself, Mr. Matthews, and thank you for your thoughtful response, City Manager. I think it's a good conversation, and I think building pathways and using our community partners is a great idea. So I'm happy to see it for the current internship. I'm really also happy to see on slide 98 that analysis for overtime and just seeing how we can further support our first responders. I'm happy to see that. In addition, I'm moving to slide 101 with artificial intelligence. So whether it be our communication or now working with AI, what I'm very happy to see is a lot of best practices, a lot of investigation, a lot of feedback from the consumer, both in just our city work and specifically, I want to zero in now on AI. Those are best practices. Investigate, investigate, investigate. Not going in and thinking you know about something that's new and emerging, but searching and finding, consulting with other people and saying, are you experiencing this? These are best practices, and I'm very happy to see that our staff is leaning into that. We note here that the council is meeting regularly. Will we be able to, and not only us as commissioners, but the public be able to see their meetings? Are those public meetings, and will those also be publicly posted, so sort of like our committees where people can just sit in and do just what I just said, investigate and hear from leading experts? Is that going to be available to the public?
I don't know that the committee meetings necessarily would be, but what we've talked about is through the education subcommittee. Just as one example, the education subcommittee both has an internally and an externally facing component. That's a challenge that they're going to bring forward, is how can that group best engage with the community? Similarly, and this was a conversation we just had in the Ethics and Policy Subcommittee, how do we bring in community members with specific interests and point of view to help inform our conversations around the ethics and the policies that we put forward as a group? So those are some of the areas where we're being very intentional about the engagement. Frankly, a lot of the work at this point is sausage making. And, we'd like to be able to be very intentional when we invite people into the room that there's a purpose and an outcome for doing so. That's been our at least our initial intent.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, and just want to continue to push forward as we talk about best practices of investigating, receiving feedback, connecting with community. I think transparency is a big part of that. Yep. So I think the community can be a part of the sausage making. I think this emerging industry, it is going to be messy, and I think that our community members can handle that. So I would encourage and push for transparency, and I'm hoping my colleagues will support that. In addition, I want to thank my colleagues and thank this commission for being supportive of the zoning amendment and supporting and saying that that's important as we are a large water servicer and we're in the Great Lakes state. So I really appreciate this commission supporting that. We talked about here on slide 101, Mr. Matthews, you mentioned an opt-in feature. So as we roll out some of these possible, like the 311, will there always be an opt-in feature for users?
For externally facing, It's hard to provide a definitive answer because if you look at 311, there's a direct one-to-one interaction there. And you can say, hey, do you want to talk to the singing robot or do you want to talk to a customer service representative? There's others that might be embedded in the back end that the customer's interfacing with, but it's not a one-to-one interaction. So if you look at, for instance, if we're improving, if we're making improvements in the development center, AI might be utilized to process a lot of what comes through on that submission, but that submission then goes to a plan reviewer to check all of that work, to validate that no mistakes were made, and then that goes back to the employee. In that loop, I don't know that we would ask the customer up front, hey, do you want us to do this thing that's going to make us faster and better at doing our jobs? So the ones where there is where there's known to be or perceived to be some direct, I don't want to call it a liability, but that an individual might not be okay with having that interaction. We want to make sure that we're thoughtful and we give an opt-out.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. I think that's, once again, a best practice where we can, where people have the option to have that agency over whether they are interfacing with AI or not. I think it's another best practice, so I'm happy to hear that. In addition, I just wanted to say how much I appreciated just the laying out of the landscape that we're in, that it is being built into systems. There's choice, and then there's active tools that are helpful to community that it is just becoming a part of, right? But I think we are really doing our part with the council and with some of these best practices that we've discussed today. So appreciate your work on this, and I look forward to the updates from the council moving forward. Thank you.
Mayor, just one clarification. I think we may have overcommitted on the co-response, the response to the co-response request. I just was made aware the chief will not be here at the next work session on the next week, and so I would ask that we delay that conversation if possible. While we'll certainly discuss our current state of co-response and the things that we're doing with Network 180 as part of our investment in public health. That more robust discussion about the pipeline for talent, I think for the police department, I'd like him to be part of that. And we may be able to have that conversation at the Public Safety Committee on the 19th.
Great, thanks. Commissioner Perdue.
In the interest of time, I'll say my questions. Thank you.
So will I. So thank you all.
Thank you
for the presentation. And this brings us to, I think, our last item of conversation. At our last meeting, when we were discussing the commission vacancy, we got to what? Sorry? What I read as essentially a 3-3 deadlock on the finalists, and I don't think that's the outcome that we wanted as a body. So the question is whether we can go somewhere from here other than simply a vacancy. And so I think it's an opportunity for us today to discuss this, and if this discussion leads us to a will of the majority of the body to move forward to placing an agenda item to reconsider our vote on the replacement, on the filling of that vacancy, I think that would be a logical next step. I think we have to be open to further discussion in general, but if we want to talk about where we are and a discussion of that vacancy as it sits, I think it's good to continue that discussion. So, Commissioner Belcheck, it's your award, so I don't know if you want to lead off.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So by the end of the last discussion and deliberation on this, I had indicated that I would like to put forth Dan Cope, Miss Dan Cope, as the person that I think would be serving well as my working partner. I do think that it also addresses some of the concerns I've heard from some of my colleagues on this dais. I think that we would work really effectively in the next few months to accomplish that which is needing, which is mostly a good listener and preservation of the democracy that we are in. So I would call on my colleagues to take those preferences in how the first ward might be best served and how I would like to work with someone as we go forward in this discussion and filling the vacancy, because the ward does deserve to have full representation. I've heard that very clearly and agree with that.
Colleagues, Commissioner Kilgore.
Yeah, I really appreciate hearing from Commissioner Belchak in the First Ward. I will support our colleague. It is really nice to have a partnership and a partner in this work. And as so many in community know, I took a part of to show my dedication to just civic work and was a part of the appointment process for the Third Ward. And through that, I got to do a lot of history with some folks in community and went back and saw how this process usually goes. And there's a lot of reverence given to the person who is in need of a partner and is serving their ward alone. And so I want to honor that. I think of past folks who have been appointed when I think it was Commissioner Kelly in the Second Ward didn't have a partner, then they leaned on what Commissioner Kelly was thinking. And so and that happened a lot as I researched and went through old meetings and connected with people in community of it's a partnership. So I'm happy to support Commissioner Belchak with that. I'm looking forward to building consensus. And I also want to thank folks like the Garfield Park Neighborhood Association, who Commissioner Belchak and I got to meet in person for a street safety project. But even in that, folks were looking forward to us reaching consensus. So I'm hopeful to do that today, to, again, put my support behind Ms. Dan Cope. Looking forward to a full commission and making sure folks' voices are heard. I also want to note, along with Garfield Park Neighborhood Association, I got a lot of calls, emails, just in-person conversation about all of the candidates, and want to thank the folks who, were a part of this very public process and once again showed their dedication to the civic process by putting themselves out for appointment. So thank you all very much, and that's where I'm at on this.
Commissioner Isasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for your comments. I think that I fully support coming to a consensus. I think that's really important. I think my consensus is different, though, because when we had the final interviews, I heard both the mayor and Commissioner Belchak say that they were very happy with all three candidates. I heard you both say, we're very lucky to have these three candidates. So that's where I'm at. And then when we had the vote, there were three of us who were supporting Kurt Reppert. So typically in a consensus, you would say, okay, how many votes are out there? I think Dan Cope had 2. Commissioner Belchak, you had talked about Lindsay, but you didn't put forth a resolution. And so for me, I fully support consensus. I just think we did have an opportunity for consensus that day, where 2 of you did say you would support those 3 candidates. Support that. You would support any of the candidates. And so that's what I'm struggling with consensus, is how do we get here when we heard that sort of play out, but it didn't play out in the voting. So I wouldn't support that resolution. I, too, had the opportunity to talk to a number of people in the First Ward who reached out to me to share their concerns, about representation, to remind people, the diversity of the ward, which all our wards have diversity in them, and the city as a whole does. And so, while I know you, Commissioner, are the person who was sitting in that seat, I think we were sort of deadlocked, and so, to me, I appreciate this coming up. I, felt for the individuals who didn't have resolution, for our constituents and who didn't have resolution that week, and so now it's been some time. So, to me, that's my consensus that I would move forward on, and so it doesn't sound like we have consensus, and we've been here since 9 o'clock, so those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thanks. Just to be, it's always, when we're listening to each other, it's always, I think, we can often hear things one way that maybe were intended another way, and I think that's just part of communication. But let me just say that what I intended to say, and I could go back and look at the tape, but what I intended to say at our last meeting was that I thought all three candidates were talented individuals, impressive individuals, and great assets to the community in a lot of the things that they were doing. That's not the same thing as saying I didn't care which one of those three I advanced. And so I did have a preference, and I expressed that preference. It's also true that there's a question of, do you think about things beforehand and you try to consolidate your thinking before we meet as a group, or do you try to remain open in your thinking? And we all have different ways that we do that. And I'm not going to say that one way is better than another, but it's certainly true that I try myself to consider things on an ongoing basis. And I will say that my support, at this point, I support Ms. Cope, and my predominant, initially I had some comments about why I preferred her, but frankly, my support for her is strengthened, I think maybe by an order of magnitude. It's strengthened by my desire to support not just this body, but particularly our First Ward colleague. And I think that, and again, I'm going to put words in Commissioner Kilgore's mouth, and maybe they'll be the wrong words since they're his words, not mine, but I think he might have been saying something like, and he didn't quite directly say this, in a perfect world, we'd be able to call a special election. That would be great. And as a history lesson for those of who are watching online, we used to simply have an appointment anytime there was a vacancy. And I think it was in 2019, we actually improved that process so that if there was too long a vacancy, we went to, not too long, a vacancy of I think more than a year, we went to a special election process. Now, yeah, in a perfect world, I would love to have a charter amendment that just said that we called snap elections if we had a vacancy. We heard from the voters, unless it was literally too quick to print ballots or something. But that's not where we are. That's the charter we're working with has us fill an appointment. And so I wanted to express that bit of grumpiness with the charter, but fundamentally, I started this whole process trying to listen more to Commissioner Belczyk's input than to my own, because having been a ward commissioner, I know that my partnership with Commissioner Bliss, eventually Mayor Bliss, was different and tighter and more dynamic than my relationships with my other colleagues on the board, much as I liked them. I liked all of my colleagues, but, when there was a second ward issue, we had to tag team. And so it'd be the question of did I go to something or did Commissioner Bliss go to something? How we talked about or thought about an issue, we would sort of huddle and try to build a collective vision all the time. And a good partner there is really important. Now, I know that, for example, even our rhythm of how we do business, our city manager has 2-on-1s with individuals from a ward. So he doesn't bring the whole commission together for everything. He often talks to just a ward. And so I want to empower and listen to my First Ward colleague, and that solidifies my support for Ms. Cope. So, and we can continue to disagree. We all have different voices up here, and if we can't achieve consensus, let me just point out that I don't think we're going to walk off a cliff. What's going to happen is if we don't achieve consensus, this position will continue to be unfilled, which is suboptimal, but I think the city will survive it. So, Commissioner Knight.
Yes, thank you for that. interesting in the way I've been thinking about this for the last couple of weeks, and I think I made my comments very clear that I felt like our time and the time of the people who put themselves forward in this process was a little disrespected. And because we as a body had a conversation when we entered into this process and discussed how we were going to move forward in it, and then that got convoluted as we began to make the votes. And so that was a part that I feel like we got off track, and again was very disrespectful to the people who put forward their time in this process. The other part is I totally understand each commissioner, like I didn't get to choose and say, I want Commissioner Yasasi as my partner. This is how it was because she was already in that seat. And so we learn how to work together and to support our neighborhood as much as possible, or our ward as much as possible. But we also have to recognize that we don't just support a ward, we support the city as a whole. And so each person on this dais is responsible for us coming together and talking about the issues that are impacting our city as a whole, because there may be some things that are slightly different or nuanced in each ward. However, some of the same conversations we have are about the same things. And even with, as you mentioned, Mayor, our meetings with the city manager in our two-on-ones, even though he's talking to us about our specific wards, it's also about issues that impact this city and this community as a whole. And so if there are situations that we all need to come together or have some conversation on, he does bring us together for those things. The reason why I'm going to stick with my decision is that as I listen to the candidates talk, one of the things that Dan Cope said is that she would be coming in basically just to listen and hear what people's thoughts were, as opposed to thinking about the things that we have on our agenda and in front of us that are pressing that we need to address. And being able to have someone who is educated in that space and has some institutional knowledge on how these things work, I feel is very important, because again, yes, we need our support in our individual spaces, but we need support as a committee, as a whole, to be able to make decisions. And that's why we're at this stalemate right now, because if somebody was in that seat, we probably wouldn't be in this space right now. And so listening to the way she responded to questions as opposed to the way Mr. Rephart responded to those questions was what solidified my decision in moving forward with that. And so, and listening to and getting emails from a number of constituents across the city, they were all more heavily weighed on the side of Kurt Rephart as opposed to Dan Cope, and not disrespecting the skills and talents that they bring to the table, but really listening to what they were saying when they were all up here talking. And so I'm still leaning in that same direction, and we'll stay in that space.
Thank you. Commissioner Perdue, I think you're the last of us to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so on this topic, I'm glad we're having this conversation today. I wish we would have had it last week, because I think people have just been waiting, both residents of the city and the First Ward specifically, as well as obviously the three final candidates that we interviewed and we're discussing now. So my support still remains for Kurt Rephart of those three finalists. I think we are in a unique opportunity where we have someone who is well-known, well-supported, versed on the issues, particularly the issues that this body has said is important, who is ready and familiar with our processes and our work, and to some degree has working relationships with pretty much everyone up here. So, one thing that's been troubling me is this appointments process was 2 rounds. The first round of interviews happened with, I think, maybe 10 original applicants with the appointments committee. The appointments committee is chaired by Commissioner Kilgore. Commissioner Yasasi is on that committee, as well as Commissioner Belshak. That committee unanimously supported moving Kurt Rephart forward in the process. And now 2 of those 3 members on that committee is saying today that there's no way that you can support him. So that's a disconnect. And I still haven't heard a clear reason and a compelling reason, particularly not in a public setting, of why there is this anti-Kurt sentiment. What is the issue here? It's not being said, and I will challenge us in the spirit of transparency to let's put all of this out there, because I still haven't heard that shared openly, transparently, and publicly. If the concern here is ensuring that there is support for Commissioner Belshak in meeting the duties of the First Ward, which I agree with. I do not think, I said from the beginning, I would not be okay if this remained vacant. That I understand that the person that we're talking about, Kurt Repart, has been a huge support in different and informal ways. And I also understand that he was encouraged by folks on this dais, who does not include Commissioner Isasi, to put his name in for this role because there was excitement about supporting him. So I'm personally feeling still have the same thought process, and why I thought what the strengths were of each candidate, and why Kurt to me is the clear choice right now. And still I'm not hearing a strong answer to what is the reason behind the anti-Kurt sentiment, A, and then B, this person was supported unanimously out of committee, and then now just to be kind of blacklisted in a way. So those are my comments where I think we are. I hope that we can come to a majority here, even if it's not full consensus, because I think that the folks of this city and we all deserve to be fully staffed in terms of having a full city commission.
Okay, well, I think everyone's spoke on this. I don't know if we can continue this discussion now. I'm not sure that we're at a point where that would be productive, but I'm happy to continue it if anyone wishes. Otherwise, I think we can, if there's the will of the group to come back and continue this discussion, I'm certainly remain open to that in the future. If we are remaining, as it sounds to me, in a 3-3 position, then I think something has to change for us to reconvene this conversation. But I'm happy to reconvene the conversation so that we can continue to discuss it, even if no one's vote has changed, because logically we might want to advocate to change other people's votes. So those are the two possibilities, but not seeing the need to prolong this discussion today unless anyone else wishes to.
Yeah, I just want to be clear so that the public and the staff know how to prepare for the 19th. If there's a desire, there's a difference of discussing it, but the city attorney may want to procedurally inform us on how to formally reconsider it and vote on it. But if there's a desire to have an item on the agenda to continue this discussion, I would need to know that now, because we're going to finalize the agenda in a couple of days for next week.
Got it. City Attorney, you want to weigh in on this?
Well, the clerk and I have kind of discussed, and I've reviewed the minutes just in preparation of today's meeting. I think that I haven't made a final decision on this, but it appears that we're contemplating reconsidering a question. If I remember from the meeting minutes, there was a motion to appoint Daniel Cope, and that motion did not pass. If that's the case, even if it was a tie vote and did not pass, there's some authority out there that would suggest that it was defeated. The prevailing parties were the no votes or those that did not pass the motion. And under our standing rules to reconsider a question under Rule 8, there needs to be a member with those who voted in the prevailing side, the no votes or not the yes votes, to make a motion to reconsider the same or succeeding at the same or a succeeding meeting, but no question shall be reconsidered without the consent of 5 members of the city commission. So that I haven't applied that to any of these scenarios specifically because I wasn't certain how individuals were going to show up and comment on the matter today. I'd like to work with the clerk and the city manager offline to make a final decision, but my initial interpretation is that Rule 8 applies to either Mr. Rapart or to Daniel Cope, and we may need 5 members to reconsider either of those motions.
So, Mayor, what I will do is put an item under continued briefings or discussion, because even if we don't reconsider it, I think what the public wants to know, how long is this position going to be vacant? We have budgeted until the end of the year, and the other alternative was to leave it vacant until the election and immediately appoint someone the day after the election, or at the next meeting subsequent after the election. And we can plan for that as well. That's direction. And so even if it's not reconsidered, it would be good to have some closure on the next steps, or we just leave it vacant until January 1.
Well, I guess, yeah, I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but it seems to me that unless someone is reconsidered their position or does reconsider their position in the future, then it's possible to have to reconvene to discuss and to advocate to each other, which we can certainly do. But otherwise, I think, so there's the two possibilities. One would be to convene to simply continue to advocate, and the other would be to reconvene if someone had reconsidered their position, or independently of, us discussing it as a body. So Commissioner Perdue.
Yes, thank you. So I think it seems to me that we're not having much of a discussion here, right? We each kind of said a statement, and then there's kind of, as chairing this committee, kind of this desire to move forward. I would like to engage in more of a discussion if folks are willing. I put out a few questions, a few wonderings that I have and that I hear that other folks in the community have, rightly so. So I would love to hear responses to that, some of the things that I brought up. I also do agree with City Manager that clarity on what to expect is really, really important. I also recall, as we've talked about what the process could be, that there are folks who were okay from the beginning, I think, leaving this open. And I think that's kind of what we're feeling. I'm not okay with leaving it open, but I think that that's part of what the split is now. And so if we are to consider what those future options might be, I would not at this point be comfortable appointing someone after the primary, because the first ward race is a 3-way race. So there's going to be a primary in August, and it's very possible to have the top vote getter. This happened in the 3rd ward, the top vote getter from the primary not win the general election. And so if there's our concerns about how we would, put our thumb on the scale, then that concern still exists all the way through November. So I just want to be clear about that. That would not be my intention. I think that will be meddling way more than some of the other options that we've talked about. And again, I, for the sake of discussion, would love to understand, particularly from those who initially supported Kurt and who changed their mind not to support Kurt, where that is coming from and where the strong anti-Kurt sentiment is, because that's essentially what's holding up this process. And I have to say publicly too, I mean, I feel for everyone who put themselves out there, particularly these 3 finalists, and particularly Kurt. I mean, I think he has been treated extremely unfairly in media and online groups, and he went through this years ago, and he took his defeat, this very small margin of defeat, very graciously. He's been digging into the work. He's been staying out of the drama that can be local politics and just focusing on the work. And he was asked, he was tapped on the shoulder to say, hey, please consider this. Please consider stepping up. And he did, just to be left with this stalemate, just to be left with this kind of flip-flop, and then to be smeared all throughout social media with so much misinformation and bullying and just not this type of thing that I think would would encourage anybody to want to stand up and raise their hand, especially someone that you see who has done work in the community with community-based organizations, with developers, doing all they can to help people and help move our city forward. So I just think it's really unfair, it's really unfortunate, and I think it also speaks to this larger challenge that we're going to keep having, I think even more so on the local level, of attracting quality people to step up and serve. More and more, this job is becoming extremely unattractive, right? Because it is, we knew it when we stepped into it. There's a bit of thanklessness. We know that it is not about the money at all. We know it's a lot of hard work. We joke that it's a part-time job with full-time expectations. And I can say I think about this role in this city every single day, all day. I'm always finding a way to learn something more, connect with someone further, to make what we do up here better. So I just have to say that I feel for Kurt, no matter how this vote goes, that on a personal level, I feel for him and his family, and that we have to do better in order to really set the bar to help attract people to say, hey, I want to join that team, and I want to put myself out there. So for discussion's sake, I think there's still more to be discussed, and I would love to hear from my colleagues.
Okay. So I'll just respond briefly, if I may, Commissioner. I think it's more important that we discuss how we're moving forward than that we discuss past steps, because I don't think there's any allegation that the Committee on Appointments made the wrong, acted improperly, or I don't know that it's all that productive to discuss the past selection process. That being said, and perhaps there's anti-Kurt Rappert sentiment out in the community, but I think that characterizing somebody voting for one candidate as another candidate, maybe, that could be possible, but it's certainly not how I'm envisioning my thought process here. So rather, I don't know if I wouldn't say that the three people who didn't vote for Dan Cope are anti-Dan Cope. We can, and also I'll say, I am happy. I would have been happy if we had 100 people apply for the job. So if somebody asked me if they wanted to apply for the job to step up to be considered for city commission, I would have said, great, apply. That'd be great. It'd be wonderful. And so we had a commission, we had a process, and we narrowed the field down. I think that the appointment committee's job was not to decide a finalist. It was to come up with a final three, and then to bring it to this body, for this body to decide which of those three they wanted to ultimately fill the position. And so I don't want to impute malice or bad intentions on the part of the past process and how we got here, nor do I think if anyone encouraged somebody to apply for consideration, that meant a commitment to vote for that person when the job went through. I have I've employed a number of people. I've had a number of employees in my life, and if I encourage somebody to apply for a job, that's never, at least I don't think it's ever a promise that they'll get hired, particularly if the decision's not up to that one person. And I also think that, I would hope that the voters would want us to be able to think as we work through the process, and not simply be pre-committed before we moved into the process. But, we can differ on that, but I do think that I certainly don't think that anybody who voted against or who didn't vote for Ms. Cope was an anti-Cope sentiment, and I don't think anybody who didn't vote for Kurt Rappert was an anti-Kurt sentiment. So I would encourage us all to keep focusing on the process and keep focusing on the virtues of the candidates, and do their best to discern who they want to support with, I think, everyone's intention up here. And again, I think that it would be ideal and optimal if we could fill the seat. And maybe others don't think so, but I'd rather hear that from them. But I just want to make clear, I don't think it's optimal that we don't fill the seat. Commissioner Knight.
I'm in agreement with that and not feeling the seat, but you said that we weren't going to have discussion and then there was just discussion. So I just want to add to that piece to say that the process got a little convoluted if we want to go back to saying that there was sentiment towards one person or the other, when we made the decision beforehand, before the whole process started, that we were going to look at who was going to run and then we were going to vote after that, because we weren't really interested in choosing somebody who put their hat in the ring or who filed to run for the position. And we were going to allow them, that group of people, whoever that was, to run for that position, which would have then only left 2 people at that time. So when that one person was voted on and then the other 2 were, that one single person would never have been in the discussion to begin with. And we would have had 2 people that we would have had discussion about. So I just want to make sure that we're clear about that. And the other part about saying, thinking that there's no sentiment towards one towards another, there have been multiple discussions, and we just going to be honest and clear about this. Behind this dais, we have had multiple discussions on people who were feeding information and saying things and having different conversations on one person or the other. It's just been happening. So let's just not say that it isn't, because it is. And so we just need to be honest about that. And to Commissioner Perdue's statement is, why is there that sentiment? Because if we keep sitting up here saying that there has been no or no feeling of sentiment towards one or another, that's not true. It's not true. It has been discussed. People have been talking about it left and right. And so I need people to just be honest and be true to what they're going to do and what they're going to say. Don't say one thing and then turn around behind closed doors and say another. Say what you mean and mean what you say, and let's just be solid about that, and let's stop playing games.
Well, Commissioner, if I could quickly respond, I guess you and I maybe had a differing opinion on how the selection process is going to work. I thought we were clear that we were going to be voting on the finalists after we knew who was going to be running. I didn't think that we were precluding the selection committee from including those people as long as our vote came after we knew who was going to run. So with that full information in front of us, we could make a vote on the finalists. So I did not think that the inclusion in the 3 finalists, one person who ultimately is deciding to run, was improper or a violation of what we discussed. Also, frankly, many of those people could have filed, or as that decision was being made, none of them had filed, but they could have filed. So when that committee made its decision, any of those 3 finalists could have filed. In fact, the one who decided to run could have withdrawn. So, but I think that for me, the key was that we had our deliberation after we knew who was going to file. And in fact, I think that it honored the spirit maybe of that, in the sense that the 2 people we're down to now, neither one of them can possibly run. So again, I don't want to spend too much time in the past here. What I'd like us to do is focus on our reasons for supporting candidates going forward. And again, I would just challenge everyone to say, if you want to articulate reasons why you support someone, that's great. And if you want to even articulate reasons why you support someone over someone else, that's great. But the more we can talk about what we want to do and less, attribute motives to our colleagues, I think that's going to make the discussion more profitable. Commissioner Usasi.
So last week after the meeting, City Manager, you rightly sent us something about how we move into this budget process. And one of the things you said was find the commons, right? That was in there. How do we act as a body? And I really do appreciate Commissioner Perdue and Commissioner Knight for naming this, because our meeting ended very abruptly. And there were some things that were said that were really quite ugly. And Commissioner, quite honestly, there is, and this is what I talked about earlier, is there's a lot of ugliness going on with fake news, and almost all of us have been subject to that as well. Or, maybe it's a partial truth, but, it's your life. And we live in a city of 200,000 people. Like, I would see Chief Winstrom at Kingma's. Like, we live in a small community where everybody knows each other. And so it is extremely hurtful when you're being accused of things or being told that people who you're working with are saying things about you. It hurts. And maybe it was, a higher power that ended that meeting, because I was very upset. was very upset. And I've been really trying to think about, like, why am I so agitated lately? And Commissioner, I think you Commissioner Perdue, you talked about that. And it's just like, this is again, when you would think about how you move forward with a vote, if somebody had not the majority, but the highest amount of votes, which was 3, then logic would tell you, at least in my head, then that is where the consensus moves toward. And so I'm thinking about commissioners, what you have said, city manager, what other colleagues have said. And, quite honestly, I think maybe you would have had one person who was the only person running, because my understanding is that Dan Cope wanted to run, but was encouraged to drop out of the race. And I think she should have run. But I don't think she was the right person to fill in for 8 months. Do you know what I mean? That's where I'm at, is if I've got 8 months, I want somebody who's developed housing at 30% and below AMI. I want somebody who understands intricately what we were trying to do with the cap. I want somebody who, without him talking to people or any of us, had a neighborhood association who felt so strongly to say, we have to communicate that this would be an obvious choice. And so, I agree, we all get to change our minds, and, you kind of come here and listen, but, sort of where this conversation is going is we're hitting another stalemate. I am hearing that some of us want to stick with where we're at, other people are maybe changing, but it's now 1:30, and I think the best thing that we could do is probably adjourn. Because it just feels like, yes, there's a lot of things not being said, and those of us who want to say it are being villainized for speaking our truth. Whether or not that is, but it's like, hey, don't say that, don't say it out loud, but it needs to be said, because to your point, Commissioner, then we want people to do this. We want people to give their time and energy. But it's not great. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't adhere to the things that, the city manager sent to us and is asking us. And so, today I'm like, I have to be focused on what I can control for myself, and I can only control sharing my truth, and then the truth that other people, after what they feel was a missed opportunity. Quite honestly, I've not talked to some of you about this since that happened, and that was a pretty significant thing, and I'm sort of surprised. And so we have people who are asking us, and if we just can't make a decision, then I think it's just best to say this is a stalemate. And then just keep it moving.
Appreciate
Yeah,
that, Commissioner. Yeah. And I agree at this point. I think, we're able to communicate with each other going forward. I think probably today we should simply adjourn, but Commissioner Kilgore, and if you want to say anything, but yes, thank you, City Manager, for the reminder. We do have public comment after this.
Sure, yeah, I really appreciate it, and I was hoping that I continue to push this. I think we had a workshop one time where I was sort of like, well, hey, I have this time allocated, let's discuss. So I really thank my colleague in the Third Ward, Commissioner Perdue, for saying, let's have some more robust discussion, right? Like, this is the work, whether there's tension or a little bit of discomfort from some folks. I'm saddened to hear that. I don't want people to feel uncomfortable in their roles or any of our work as we just recognize public service. But I think it is incumbent upon us as these folks elected representatives to have robust discussion. And that's okay. And to try to build consensus. And it sounds like we all, in good faith, came here to try to do that today. So I want to thank you all for that. I do want to have some of that open and transparent discussion with Commissioner Perdue. So I, in the beginning, talked about a special election. Like we said, it didn't happen, didn't have the support. So I moved on and worked with what you all decided in the majority on doing. A part of that, of why each individual, and I'm hoping as we move forward, a best practice that we've done on the Committee of Appointments is to not name names so much and really focus on the role or the responsibility, just to respect the community members who aren't in these elected roles like us. So I'm going to try not to name names as much as I can, but in terms of why I advanced the 3 people out of the committee that I chair is to respect the second ward and to respect the first ward. So as I discussed as the chair, each ward, each member of that committee would be able to advance someone out of the top 10 to the top 3. And that's what happened, similarly to what happened last time with the vacancy in the third ward last time when you chaired the committee, where I remember former Commissioner Robbins said, I'm going to support Marshall to the final 3, but I won't be voting on him in the end. So that's just something that can sort of happen, and it's a part of deliberation. So I think deliberating, having robust conversation is deeply important, and I'm supportive of, I want to make sure of there need to be 5 people to sort of continue this, to bring this back, to bring a motion back. I'm supportive of that, and am hoping that we can really allocate some time. Although it was on the agenda today, it doesn't seem as though there still seems to be this rush to not have this open conversation, like Commissioner Perdue said, that I also am supportive of I have time if we want to stay here, but also will support for the 5, for being one of the 5 to bring this resolution back if need be. But I appreciate you all's perspective. I think this is just a part of the work. And I remember I was reading or listening to a podcast and someone had said, well, I think, aren't we getting to a time where no one will want to pick up a book and read it? And someone else pushed back and said, there'll always be a time when someone wants to pick it up and read it. So I sort of pushed back on that of like, no matter how messy or how frustrating public service can be, I think there's always going to be a point where, like I've said throughout this whole process, all it is people stepping up to help their neighbors. So I think nothing that we're doing with having robust conversation or our opinions is going to detract from people wanting to step up and help their neighborhoods. So look forward to the conversation, and thank you all for your input today.
If it's okay for everyone, I'm going to move to public comment unless anyone has any. Okay, then I'll move us on to public. Commissioner Belcheck, did you want to say anything?
I've been trying to figure out where the appropriate or best place to interject would be, because I really respect hearing everybody's opinions. But, and I think that this is an example of where reasonable people can reasonably disagree on different things. And we all have different thought processes, and some people are good at articulating how they arrived at that. Other people get to the end and then they're like, that's where I'm at, and I don't really remember how I got to that, but that's how they know. I think that we need to respect those differences too. So I'm not sure I understand the points of order, especially with our standing rules, which are different than bringing back a regular motion versus not in Robert's Rules of Order. So I would look to our attorney to help us a little more on that. It sounds like we need 5 people wanting to bring a particular motion back, and the majority on those winning sides have to bring it back. So, I want us also to move forward. I have expressed a willingness to be open and have a conversation and, go forward in goodwill. And I understand that, maybe there is a consensus point where everyone can be unhappy. But right now, I'm not sure how to proceed with the process and the standing rules.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, you wanted to, you were nodding. Maybe your nod was all you wanted to say?
No, Commissioner Kilgore brought up the point that I was going to make to answer Commissioner Perdue about the process. Because what happened with the third ward process was there was an actual vote taken and 3 names were advanced. This one, each member advanced a person. Instead of saying these are our top 3, we moved each member of the Committee on Appointments moved a member forward. So it's a little bit different process than happened in the third ward. So I was just gonna, but Commissioner Kilgore brought up that point of how that process worked in the appointments.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney.
For moving forward, again, I would be happy to talk with the clerk and the city manager offline. This hasn't come up since I was interim 7 months ago, or September.
Hasn't come up since I've been here for 8 years.
We're in a very unique situation, so there's not a great past precedent to tell us how to apply our standing rules in these circumstances. The way I read the standing rules right now, there would be 2 votes or 2 motions. The first motion would be to reconsider a question that was at a previous meeting. That would need 5 yes votes to continue on to the second question, which would be reconsider either Mr. Rapart or Daniel Cope. And that motion would have to be made, that second motion would have to be made by someone that was a no or an abstention in the prior vote.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
And you
Okay.
would need, obviously, 4
Yep.
on that second vote.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So that moves us on to public comment. Anyone wanting to come up and address us on any issue can do so. Have one. Thank you for standing up. I was about to say no one. And if you could give us your name and where you live in the city, that'd be great.
I'd be happy to. My name is Dane Gates. I'm a resident of the 3rd Ward. And as I listen today, I don't know how I feel. If I were a drinking woman, I'd go to the bar. But when I say that, you do have a consensus, and I will be very plain. I mentioned this to Commissioner Knight earlier. It's very simple. It's about doing what's right. Sometimes as humans, we overcomplicate things and make them harder than they need to be. And it's rare in life that you get a chance to do what I call poetic justice. And I know Kurt Reppard quite well, and he said in the first, that was his seat. It's not often you get a chance to right an injustice in your lifetime that can be rectified. And I would be the first person, I would never tell any of you up there how to vote, but I would fight to defend everything you're right to. And then when the vote is done, then as a citizen of this country, that I would be willing to abide with that. And I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I wasn't supposed to be here, actually. I'm just actually standing in for my comrades that I worked who had to suddenly go out of town. So I leave you. I usually write things down, and this is kind of just spontaneous that I'm sharing with you. So I trust for the best outcome. So as I say, do what's right, and I trust you as a body to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And with that, I will adjourn us.